All right, I'm back with another explanation video for another trial paper. So this video, I'm doing the Melaka state paper. It's an Addmaths paper, and this is paper 2. Yeah, Melaka paper 2. So let's start. Okay, now we start with question number 1. Okay, let's read the question first. Diagram 1 shows a straight line 3x plus 2y equals 1. So this is a straight line. Intersects the curve 3x plus y squared equals 16. Okay, that's the curve at point A and point B. So what is point A and point B? It's the intersection point of this line and this curve, right? So they already give us both the equation of line and the curve, and then they want us to find the coordinates for point A and point B. Okay, when you want to find the intersection point for any two lines, you just do simultaneous, right? So let's say I give you two straight line and I give you the equation of these two lines and I want you to find the intersection point. You will take these two equations and do simultaneous equation, right? Okay, actually it doesn't have to be both straight line. It can be curve and straight line also can. Yeah. Okay, so just remember that when you are finding the coordinate of intersection point, you have both equation, you will just do simultaneous. So let's look at the first equation here. 3x plus y squared equals 16. The second equation, 3x plus 2y equals 1. We can see that one of the equation is linear and the other one is non-linear. What do I mean by linear? Linear means the highest power is 1. Non-linear means the other macam like power 2, right? So it's better to start with the linear equation, right? It means I will use the substitution method, gantian cara. Because for this type of equation, it's very hard to do uh, hapusan, right? For one linear, one non-linear, you should always do substitution, okay? Gantian. So what I will do is I will start with the linear equation and try to jadikan x single or y single and then ganti to the other equation, right? Always start with the linear, right? Always start with the equation yang linear, okay? Okay, so let's start with the equation yang linear. 3x plus 2y equals 1. And I'll try to find x single or y single lah. But if I am you, I will cari x single. Why is it better? Because later you have to ganti dalam x, the x on the other equation. And do you realize if you cari y single, later you have to square, right? And let me tell you, when you find y here, your y will be a fraction. Your y will be 1 minus 3x over 2. And then you have to square the whole thing, right? Can also, but you can avoid this, right? You can avoid this. You can, because you can jadikan x single. Because when you jadikan x single, then you don't have to square later, right? So it's much more easy, right? That's why I preferred finding the x. So how to jadikan x single? First, you pindah the plus 2 become minus 2y, and then pindah the times 3 becomes dy 3. I will call this equation 1, and later this equation 1, you kena ganti dalam the other equation, which is the non-linear equation, 3x plus y squared equals 16. So I'll call this equation 2 for now, and then now I will just write sub, means substitute lah, sub 1 into 2, ataupun ganti satu dalam 2. So when you sub 1 into 2, now your equation 2 becomes what? It becomes 3 bracket plus y squared equals 16. And your x is already replaced with 1 minus 2y over 3 because you already sub the x with this. Now you will just solve this, then you can find your y answer, right? Okay, the 3 and 3 can cut. Yeah, the 3 and 3 can cut. Okay, and then you left with 1 minus 2y plus y squared equals 16. And when you see your equation other square, it means this is a quadratic and you have to move everything to one side equals 0. And we have to arrange in general form. So everything on one side equals 0 means y squared minus 2y. Okay, try to arrange in general form also. So y squared minus 2y. And then the 1 might have to minus 16 because the 16 pindah sini jadi minus. So 1 minus 16, if you press, you get minus 15 right here. And now you can get your y value, but you have to press calculator lah. So your y will have two answers because it's a quadratic, right? So now you press calculator. So degree, polynomial, degree 2. Okay, so A is 1, B is -2, C is -15. Okay, I hope all of you know how to press this in your calculator. You will get 5 and -3. But that is your y, not x. That's the y. Okay, now you have to write here, you have to write bracket, bracket. And do you know how to write? You have to reverse the sign, right? Means you kena tukar tanda. So if plus 5, you have to write y minus 5. If -3, you have to write plus 3. Okay? Because you have to pindah balik. The -3 have to pindah balik. That's why it becomes y plus 3. All right, now you get your y, 2 answers. But let me ask you, why got 2 answers? Kenapa ada 2 jawapan for y? Because got 2 intersection point lah. Okay, do you remember why we do simultaneous? Is because we are trying to find intersection point. So if you do simultaneous and you end up with 2y answer, it means there is 2 different y coordinate for 2 different intersection point, which is A and B. Yeah, they both give you two different y coordinates. That's why, right? But let's find out the x coordinate first, because when you find point, you need to have x and y, right? So let's try to find the x. Okay, so if your y got two answer, then your x also automatic two answer. So when y equals to 5, and then the other one is when y equals -3. So I will sub back into equation 1, find x. So x equals to 1 minus 2 bracket over 3. And then the y you just put in 5. And on the other one is you repeat the same thing, 1 minus 2y over 3, but this time you ganti -3 lah. Okay, now you can get your x answers. 1 minus 10 is -9 divide 3, -3. -2 times -6 plus 1, 7, 7/3. All right. So you can use your calculator to help you. So you have two answers here. First answer, okay, this is point. So this is point. So I hope for point, you don't go and write like this. X equals -3, y equals 5. No, don't write like this because it's point. Okay, point we have to write in this format. Bracket -3, comma 5. This is how we write point. All right. And the other point is that x, write the x coordinate first, 7/3, comma, and then the y coordinate is -3, right? And which one? Okay, because they want to find coordinates of point A and point B. So I think it's recommended to write down which one is A, which one is B. Okay, so how to know which one is A, which one is B? You cannot just guess. You cannot just say, oh, sir, mesti lah, this one is A, this one is B. Like tak semesti. You check with the diagram. So you can see that coordinate of A, the x coordinate will be negative, right? Confirm, because it's on the left side. And then the y coordinate is positive, right? So can you tell me which one of these 2 points is have the x coordinate being negative, have negative x coordinate and y coordinate positive? I think it's this one, right? So this is definitely point A, and the other one must be point B, because point B will have a positive x coordinate but negative y coordinate, right? Which match with this, right? So this is 7/3 lah. Yeah, the x coordinate is positive, right? And then the y coordinate is negative. So yeah, correct. So this is how you do it. So this is both 6 marks. So yeah, that's all. Okay, I want to continue with number 2. So this is I think this is quadratic. The quadratic chapter, right? For chapter 2. Okay, let's read the function fx equals to, okay, let's write down this equation. This one later confirm important. X squared minus 6kx plus 10k squared plus 1. Okay, whenever they give us quadratic equation, I will always tell my students, first check and make sure whether it's in general form or not, right? So if you look at this equation, it's already in general form. Okay, yeah, it's already in general form because the x squared is here, the x is here, and yeah, it's in general form. The a is 1, the b is -6k, and the c is the whole thing, 10k squared plus 1. All right, even though this one has square, we still write it at the back here because it's not x, right? As long as dia tak ada x or x squared, then automatic is C. Automatic is C, right? You don't tell me, oh sir, this one K square have to letak depan. No, no, no. Kalau dia bukan X square, then dia automatic dekat belakang. You automatic put it at the back and that will be the C. So later your C will be 10k squared plus 1. Okay, but I haven't seen what the question wants. Okay, the function fx has a minimum value r squared plus 2k, where r and k are constant. Okay, let's talk about minimum value. What is minimum value? A lot of students think minimum value and minimum point is the same thing. No, no, no. If I say minimum point, it means detate minimum. And what it means is the x coordinate and the y coordinate like this. This is what we call the minimum point, right? Minimum point. But what is minimum value? Minimum value is only referring to the y coordinate. It means dia punya nilai minimum hanya y coordinate saja. It means this r squared plus 2k is the y coordinate of the minimum point. Okay, yeah, it's the y coordinate of minimum point, right? So soalan A, they say by using method of completing the square, show that r equals k minus 1. So I think I have to find my own minimum point first, right? Okay, let me rephrase that. I need to find my own minimum value first. Yeah, I need to use this equation and find my own minimum value, right? And then I will compare my minimum value answer with the minimum value answer yang soalan bagi. And then after I compare, I pindah sikit, then I will get this answer. So that's the plan now, right? But I didn't tell you yet how to find minimum value, right? Okay, now I'll tell you. Here they got say by using method of completing the square. It means okay, first of all, there's how many methods to find minimum value or minimum point lah. Actually, minimum value, you have to take it from minimum point. So it's like almost it's the same thing lah, okay? Okay, so like I mean same method lah. To find minimum value and find minimum point is the same thing. Because minimum value is the minimum point punya y coordinate. So let's talk about how to find minimum point first. So how do we find minimum point or maximum point? Okay, you learn 3 method. Okay, 3 method. First method is by doing completing the square. Because when you do completing the square, you will get vertex form, and the vertex form looks like this: x minus p squared plus q, right? And why you have to change to the vertex form is because when it's in vertex form, you can baca your turning point. And the cara baca macam mana? What's the method to read the turning point? When the x coordinate, you baca from here. But when you take it out, you have to cut under, become positive p, and then the y coordinate is this. And this is your coordinate of turning point, right? That's how you find the apa? That's how you, if you want to do this method, is like that. Second method is you can find the x-intercept. Okay, you can find x-intercept of the quadratic function, and then after, if you get two x-intercept, you take the two different x-intercept plus together, divide 2, x1 plus x2 divide 2, right? And after you do that, you will get the x coordinate of the turning point, right? Because for example, let's say I have these two x-intercept. When I take these two plus together divide 2, I can find the x coordinate of the turning point, right? Which is also the axis of symmetry lah. And then take the x coordinate, sub inside the original equation, and then find uh, sub into the original equation and then cari y. And then the third method I teach is use this formula: x equals negative b over 2a. Okay, this formula you can use it to find the x coordinate of the turning point, or you can also say the axis of symmetry, right? You straight away put it and then find the x coordinate, right? Can also. But this question, they already request, they want to use method of completing the square. So I have to follow what the question wants. If I want to get full mark, I have to follow what the question wants. So they already said use completing the square. So you don't need to think about the other two methods. Now let's focus on completing the square. So completing the square, the reason why we do completing the square is because we want our equation to look like this, the vertex form. And when it's in vertex form, I can butcher my minimum point. And when I have my minimum point, then I know what's my minimum value. Then I can take my minimum value, banding, compare with the minimum value yang dia bagi sini. So let's do completing the square. When we do completing the square, the A must be positive 1. If it's not positive 1, you can't do completing the square. So the A for this equation is already positive 1. So it's good, and it's also in general form already. So I can straight away start doing completing the square. How to do completing the square? First, you have write x squared minus 6kx, and you will leave an empty space here, and then plus 10k squared plus 1. And the empty space here and here, you have to write plus bracket square minus bracket square, right? And inside the bracket, you have to put in b over 2. And the b, you have to refer sebelah sini. You have to take the coefficient of x. Ataupun you kena ambil kali x. So negative 6k over 2, and this one also negative 6k over 2. Alright? Yeah, this is how you do completing the square. That's the method. Sekarang apa awak buat? Okay, for now you have to ignore this one. Okay, ignore whatever you write here and just focus on the x square and the negative 6k over 2 square. So can you see they both have square? So now if they both have square, you can write bracket square like this, and then whatever inside, you just write inside the bracket. So x square, right? So x tulis dalam, square tulis luar. Yang ini, negative 6k bahagi 2 square. Tapi square sudah tulis dekat luar. So negative 6k tulis dalam. But we can simplify. 6 and 2 boleh potong tinggal negative 3k macam ni. Right? And sudah tak payah square. No need to square because the square I already tulis outside. So this is how you do it. And then continue writing plus what? 10k square plus 1 minus. Okay, this one you have to square. Just down here I say no need to square, right? Because you already write the square outside the bracket, but this one have to square. And what happens when you square? Okay, negative 6k divide 2, you already know it's negative 3k, but when you square, it becomes positive 9k square. Because negative 3k square, negative 3 square is positive 9, and then k square is k square. But why I still write minus is because there's another, okay, walaupun this negative square already become positive, but there's another minus outside the bracket. That's why you have to write minus here. And I realized the 10k square minus 9k square boleh buat. So let's do lah. So okay, 10k square boleh buat dengan 9k square, right? 10k square minus 9 square is just plus 1k square. And then don't forget to write plus 1, right? And this one tak boleh buat dah. It means I sudah siap. Saya sudah berjaya tukar general form jadi vertex form. So since it's already vertex form, now we can baca our turning point. Okay, but turning point dia boleh jadi minimum, dia boleh jadi maximum. But this case is minimum. Yeah, because the A is positive 1, right? So when the A positive 1, dia punya shape automatic jadi macam ni, and dia mesti minimum. So can you tell me the minimum point? What's the minimum point? Cara baca macam mana? So for the x coordinate, you have to baca from here. Tapi kena tukar tanda. So negative 3k becomes positive 3k. Itu x coordinate you. And what's the y coordinate? Whatever dekat belakang sini, ambil semua. Itulah dia punya y coordinate. Tapi tak payah tukar tanda. For y coordinate, tak payah tukar tanda. Right? Only the x coordinate kena tukar. And remember, this x coordinate will tell you the axis of symmetry. Okay? The x coordinate will tell you the axis of symmetry. And the y coordinate will tell you the minimum value or the maximum value, depending on whether it's minimum point or maximum point. If it's minimum point, then this y coordinate will be the minimum value. If it's maximum point, then this will be the maximum value. But for this case, it's minimum value, right? And we don't need the x coordinate for this question. We need the y coordinate because the soalan gave us the minimum value r square plus 2k, right? So from my equation, from my minimum point, my minimum value is k square plus 1. But from the question, the minimum value is r square plus 2k. So I can take k square plus 1 equals to r square plus 2k. Alright? Because yang ini minimum value, yang dia bagi pun minimum value. So dua-dua ni boleh equal lah. Dia dua-dua ni benda yang sama. Right? Okay, but the soalan asks us to show that r equals k minus 1. So definitely I cannot stop here. I have to make sure my final answer looks like exactly like this. Right? Because when they ask you to tunjuk, to show, it means they want you to show the working and they want the answer to look exactly like this, right? And you have to show step by step the working. You cannot straight away like this one, straight away jump to this. Cannot. Like you have to show them step by step the working, right? Walaupun you sudah tahu jawapan dia, but you have to buat macam tak tahu lah. Buat tak tahu, buat tak nampak jawapan ni, and you kena buat sendiri. Sebab you nak tunjuk kan, you nak tunjuk. So you kena buat tak nampak. You tak boleh guna ni, you tak boleh apa? You tak boleh guna ni macam information You jangan cakap like, oh sir, K minus 1 ganti dalam R sini. Sebab R, tak boleh. Ini bukan information. Ini bukan information. This is not information. This is the answer. So you have to buat tak nampak. You have to buat tak nampak. Like, buat tak tahu. Buat tak tahu benda ni. So you just try to find yourself. Okay, so how to buat tak nampak. Tapi you sebenarnya nampak dia nak cari R single kan. So you try to make R single. So R square. Okay, I think I'll move the 2k to the other side. So it becomes k square plus 2 become minus 2k plus 1. So let me rewrite the whole thing. R square equals k square minus 2k plus 1. Okay, it's the same. I just rewrite and make it like, I just switch sides. Okay, sekarang kalau nak cari R, you kena pindah square kuasa 2, pindah sana jadi square root, right? So R equals to square root k square minus 2k plus 1. But if you look at the final answer, they want it to be k minus 1. It means yang ni boleh simplify lagi lah. So macam mana nak simplify? Okay, senang saja. Square root ini you tulis macam ni. Okay, k square minus 2 square plus 1, you can factorize. Right? And after you factorize, you will get k minus 1, k minus 1. Right? Okay, if you cannot factorize like this, I will show you how to do it. You can use your calculator. You just press A1, B negative 2, C1. And if you press that, your calculator will give you one answer, which is 1. Right? And if they give you one answer, what it means? It means it has two equal roots. It means the other roots is the same. You repeat the same thing. And then what is here? K minus 1 equals 0. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can press calculator. You will get the same. And what is k minus 1 times k minus 1? It's k minus 1 square, right? Yeah, it's k minus 1 square. Yeah, because k minus 1 darab k minus 1 means dia darab dia sendiri. So k minus 1 square. And then now the square root and square you can potong. Right? Why can potong? Okay, because square root you learn it before. Square root is power 1 over 2. Okay, square root dia sebenarnya adalah power 1 over 2. Right? So when you have power 2, power 1 over 2, when you have the power side by side like this, it means you're gonna ambil power times with the power. You kena darab. So what is 2 times 1 over 2? Potong lah, 2 times 1 is 1. That's why you just left with k minus 1 power 1. Tapi power 1 tak payah tulis. So this is the answer. And you can see that this answer already matched with the answer they want us to show, right? They want us to show that R equals to this, right? And yeah, saya sudah berjaya. So I will just write shown, right? Because they want us to tunjuk and I already berjaya tunjukkan. So I just write the word tunjukkan. Sudah ditunjukkan, shown. Okay, sudah siap lah. Ini cara dia. Okay, sekarang saya nak buat B pula. So B, I'll do it here. Okay, apa dia mau? Hence, find the values of K and R if the graph of function is symmetrical about this. X equals R square minus 1. Remember, I told you just now, when you take out the turning point, minimum point, you can, but the Y coordinate will be the minimum value or maximum value, right? But what about X coordinate? I told you just now, the X coordinate will tell you the what? The axis of symmetry, right? So if the X coordinate is 3K, it means the X coordinate is X equals 3K. Okay, for this equation, the axis of symmetry is X equals 3K. But then in B, they give you their axis of symmetry also, X equals R square minus 1. It means this one and this one boleh equal lah. Dua-dua ni boleh equal, dua-dua ni boleh sama dengan, right? So you will write 3K equals R square minus 1. Alright? In other words, this is axis of symmetry. This is also axis of symmetry. So this and this is the same. So dua-dua ni boleh sama dengan. Okay, now I want to find what? They want to find values of K and R. Okay, if I want to find K and R, I need I need another equation, right? Because my equation now have two unknown. If I try to find K tak jadi sebab nanti you pindah 3 pun tak guna. Sebab nanti R, because when you try to find K, the R kacau. When you try to find R, the K kacau. So it's like you can't find anything. So you have to do simultaneous. You have to have another equation, but you have it already. Remember just now R here it says what? R equals K minus 1, right? So boleh tak saya ganti? Because R sama dengan K minus 1. Maksudnya 3K equals to R square minus 1. And the R you ganti je lah dengan K minus 1. And now your equation only have one unknown. And now you can find K, right? Okay, so 3K equals what? You should expand this. Okay, cara betul untuk expand is take K square. And then K times negative 1 times 2, which is negative 1K times 2, negative 2K. And then the last step is negative 1 square, which is positive 1. Right? Ini cara untuk kembang. And then minus 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. So you end up with this. Okay, this is a quadratic because other square, right? So when other square, you have to move everything to one side equals 0. So I will move everything to the right side. So it becomes K square. Negative 2 minus 3 is negative 5K. And the 0 will be on the left side. Right? If you want to move everything to the left side, can also. But your A will be negative. That's why I didn't do it like that. But can also lah. But usually, when it's quadratic, you want the starting to be positive. It's better. Yeah, it's better when the starting is positive, right? That's why I choose to do it like this. So now you can factorize. Okay, you don't need your calculator to factorize this. Actually, you want to use calculator can also. But when you use calculator, the A you tekan 1, the B is negative 5, the C is 0 lah. But for this kind of quadratic, when they are the dua terms saja, I teach my student don't use calculator one. Just factorize yourself. How to factorize yourself? K square and 5 square. What is the common factor here? Common factor means apa yang saya boleh keluarkan daripada dua-dua term ni. Apa yang saya boleh faktorkan. So dua-dua ni dia ada K. So saya boleh faktorkan K daripada dua-dua term ini. So that's why I can factorize out the K. So when you take out the K, what's left? K square divide K left with K. Negative 5K divide K left with negative 5. And kenapa saya factorize? Sebab saya nak ambil yang ni equal 0 and then the other one also equal 0. Right? Because now you have something darab something equals 0, right? So it becomes K equals 0 and then the other side K minus 5 equals 0. So K equals to 5. And this is your K answers. Okay, can we reject one of the answer or we have to take both answers? Okay, let's read the question. Find the values of K and R. So I think you don't reject both answer is correct. Hey, but it's not done yet, right? They want to find K and R, right? So I should continue to find R. So it's not over yet. I still have to find R. And how to find R? Very easy. Just sub back into this equation. So it becomes R equals K minus 1, R equals K minus 1. This one is 5 minus 1, this is 0 minus 1. You R get negative 1 here, 5 minus 1, 4. Okay, I recommend for the answer you write like this, dot, dot, dot. When, okay, K dulu, okay, A, B, C, D, okay, K dulu kan. Okay, so K dulu, so K equals 0, comma, R equals negative 1, ataupun, use this symbol. Okay, this symbol means like, ataupun, and then K equals 5, R equals 4. Okay, like this. It means there is two sets of answers. Okay, dia ada dua set jawapan. Okay, jawapan set pertama ini okay, jawapan the other possibility lah. Dia boleh jadi 0, negative 1 ataupun 5, 4. Okay, okay, dah siap. Ini cara dia. Alright, done. Okay, I want to do number 3 now. So number 3A, I will just write the working up here. Okay, let's see. Diagram 2.1 shows the graph of function gx equals modulus 3x minus 2. Okay, if you remove the modulus, it looks like a regular straight line equation, right? Like a y equals mx plus c punya equation. And we all know if it's a y equal mx plus c, the equation will just look like this. Why I know it go up is because the gradient is positive, right? If the gradient negative, it will go down lah. Okay, but this one the gradient is 3, right? So it will go up. But this one got modulus. And when got modulus, what happens is the bahagian garisan yang bawah paksi X, dia akan pantul ke atas. Okay, so when there is a modulus, the part of the straight line that is below the x-axis will get reflected. Okay, and it will end up like a V shape, right? That's why it looks like this, right? But I'm just gonna erase all this, right? Okay, so let me erase this also. Okay, wait, okay, so now let's keep reading and see what it says here. For the domain 0, 4. Okay, what's the meaning of domain 0, 4? It means domain is object. Ataupun you boleh cakap X lah. So what it means is this is the graph and they make sure that they want to draw the X 0 to 4. It means the first point punya X coordinate is 0 and the last point punya X coordinate is 4. It means they restrict the graph uh, uh, they restrict the graph so that the x-axis is between 0 to 4, right? That's what it means. Okay, now they say state the value of n. So I'm just going to do it up here. How to find n? This is very easy. This is very easy. So you have the equation gx equals modulus 3x minus 2. And if you look at n, n is over here, right? And I want to ask you, This point N is this point right here is the what? Is the x-intercept of the line, right? Yeah, it's the x-intercept, right? Pitasan x. Because this is where the line touches the x-axis. It means the y-coordinate will be 0, the x-coordinate will be n, right? It means this point we call it n0. And macam mana nak cari n? You ganti je lah dalam sini. Because you nak cari x-intercept, right? So you just ganti y equals 0. Okay? You can do it like that because this point dia ada passes through. Dia ada melalui garisan ini. Dia ada melalui garisan ni. So when the point got passes through the function or the equation, you can straight away sub inside. So what you do is when x equals n, y equals 0, right? Yeah. So it becomes what? 0 equals modulus 3x minus 2, and then the x coordinate just ganti n saja. Oh, by the way, gx and y is the same thing. Yeah. They already write here, right? Y equals to gx. It means like, if I say y0 means gx0, it's the same. Okay, now how to find n? First, you kena pindah modulus. Yeah, because now your inside modulus is 3n minus 2 equals 0, right? So you have to pindah modulus to the other side. Tapi, bila you pindah modulus, you kena tahu ada dua jawapan. Satu positif, satu negatif, right? But 0 tak ada plus minus. Yeah, 0 is like special. Dia tak ada negative 0 one. Negative 0 is still 0. So that's why you can ignore, just write 3n minus 2 0, right? It means the modulus I already pindah sana. So now how to find n? Pindah negative 2 jadi 2 times 3 jadi over 3. So this is the answer, right? And they wanted to find n, right? Dah siap lah. Ini jawapan dia. Okay, I want to do B. So let's read the question. Fx equals px plus q. Okay, write it down. This is information, so write it down. And then what else? P must be bigger than 0. Okay, walaupun saya tak tahu kenapa dia bagi tahu ni, tapi I will just tulis dulu, right? I'm sure it will be important later on, right? I'm sure it will be important later on. But now it's like I haven't started doing it, so I don't know why they tell us this, right? And I haven't even finished reading the question, but it's okay. For now, you don't care first. You just write it down. I'm sure it will make sense later, right? Why they say P positive, I'm sure it will make sense later. Okay, now let's keep reading. F square x 4x plus 9. Just write down everything. Yeah, don't have to question so much. Don't have to be so confused. Just write down all the information they give here and then see what they want. Find value of P and Q. Okay, I'm done. So I don't even want to look at the question anymore. Now I will just focus on this and they want P and Q, right? Okay, so macam mana nak buat? So let's look at this. This is fx. But this fx is not complete. Yeah, dia tak lengkap sebab PQ tak bagi kan. But then they give us f square x, but this one is complete. Right? Yeah, because this is how a complete function looks like. It will only be in terms of x. This is not complete, okay? Complete punya function dia in terms of x punya. Dia takkan ada like lain punya unknown. Dia ada x je. Dia tak boleh ada x, ada p, ada q. Kalau ada macam ni means dia tak lengkap, dia tak complete. And the PQ is like a number yang you kena cari. So apa saya kena buat sekarang? Okay, dia sudah bagi f square means ffx. Dia sudah bagi ffx punya jawapan yang lengkap. So why not you find your own ffx? Because you have the fx, right? Tapi you punya fx tak lengkap lah. Tapi tak apa, you cari you punya ffx. Tapi nanti you punya ffx pun tak lengkap tau. Sebab you punya fx dah tak lengkap dah. So when you find your own ffx nanti tak lengkap juga. Tapi tak apa, you banding je dengan jawapan ffx yang dia bagi. Sebab yang ni pun ffx, ini pun ffx. So dua-dua ni boleh sama. Dia boleh sama dengan, dia boleh equal. So you just banding sajalah. And then after you banding, you dapat tahulah you punya jawapan PQ. Alright. So let's start now. So I want to find my own f square x. And the method is you have to take f big bracket fx, buat macam ni, ff dua kali. Right. Okay, I want to ask you, boleh tak the ffx I straight away write 4x plus 9? Tak boleh. Saya sudah cakap, ini tak guna dulu. Ini 4x plus 9. Sekarang you cari ffx yang you sendiri. Like you find your own ffx. This one is like, it's useless for now. Now you have to find your own ffx using this first. Later, lepas you siap you punya ffx, baru you tengok ni, baru you banding. Sekarang you tak tengok lagi 4x plus 9. Ini you sudah siap you punya, baru you banding dengan ni. Sekarang you tengok tak ada gunawan. Okay? So sekarang you kena cari you punya own ffx. So without looking at this. Alright, so sekarang apa saya kena buat? Buat dalam dulu lah. So dalam is fx. So fx dah ada dah, px plus q. So tulis je px plus q. And now we have to do f bracket px plus q. Okay, saya sudah buat dalam. Sekarang kita kena buat luar. So what's on the outside? F. Do you realize we have the function fx? Yeah, it's this one, right? Fx. So this f and this f is the same. It means this and this is the same family. And if it's the same family, I can write down the px plus q again. But be careful, don't write px plus q. Write p bracket plus q. Because the bracket x change to bracket px plus q. It means the x on the other side also have to change to px plus q. Right? Let me repeat myself. F bracket x is px plus q, but I want to find f bracket px plus q. It means this bracket x already changed to bracket px plus q. So the x on the other side, you have to change to the same thing, which is px plus q. That's why it looks like this. Now you just have to expand, and you will get p square x plus pq plus q. Right? Just take the p and expand, kembang. Okay? Okay, I need some space, so let me make some space right here. So let me move this up. Okay, so what I will do now is this one tak boleh buat dah, right? This one you tak boleh buat, you cannot do anything already. So now you just compare your F. Oh, what happens? What happens? What happens? Uh, uh. Okay, sorry. I don't know what maybe I misclicked something. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's continue. I already get my FFX, and now we can compare my FFX with the FFX and dia bagi. So when we compare means what? We will write down p square x plus pq plus q. This is my own ffx. I compare with the ffx and dia bagi 4x plus 9. Compare, compare means banding. So when we banding, we don't pindah. Don't move this over there. Tak ada. Kalau masa kita banding, kita jangan pindah. Right? Don't move. Don't move anything. Everything stay at the same place. Because when you banding, you don't pindah one. Banding means you just tengok satu macam ni banding. So you can see that my answer have x, right? The answer yang dia bagi pun ada x. That means the number in front of x, the coefficient here, we can banding. So it means p square equals 4, right? Then, sir, what about the 9? Okay, the positive 9 will be this whole thing lah. This whole thing compared with this, right? Yeah, it's the whole thing. You jangan cakap q equals 9 ah. Salah. You kalau you ambil q9, then what about the pq? Dia seorang, dia tak ada kawan, right? So it's like you ambil banding, you ambil semua lah. Like the whole thing at the back here. So it should be PQ plus Q equals 9. Macam ni baru betul. Right? Okay, now how to find P first. So P equals to square, jadi square root. Square root lah. Plus minus punca kuasa 4. Right? But do you know that when you square root 4, there's two answers. Right? It can be 2 or negative 2. Right? Yeah, memang bila you square root, ada dua jawapan. Right? Okay, I need more space. So let me make lagi banyak space. Okay, so you have two answer, 2 or negative 2, right? But do you remember just now the soalan mentioned something? P has to be bigger 0. Yeah, they mentioned it here, right? So now you understand lah why they say like that. So now we can reject the negative answer. So we can just write since P has to be positive, then P must be 2. It means later the negative 2, we reject the answer lah. We don't take the negative 2. So now how to find Q? You just ganti the P2 inside. So it becomes 2Q plus Q equals 9. 2Q plus Q, 3Q equals 9. So Q equals 9 divided 3, which is 3. So the only answer is P equals 2, Q equals 3, right? But what if the soalan never tell this, never say that the P must be positive? It means there is two sets of answer lah. Because if the soalan never say this, then you cannot assume that the P is positive. You cannot just assume, oh, just take the positive or just take the negative. Cannot. If they never say this, means you can't reject. You have to take both. It means there will be two sets of answer. Then you have to write the other one here, the other sets of answer like this, right? You can only reject when the soalan, it depends on the question lah. It means it depends on the question, right? So this question, they got mentioned P must be positive. That's why you can reject. Okay, I think I'm done with this part B. All right, so okay, there's another part here, part C. Let's do it. Okay, I don't even want to read the question. I just want to observe the diagram now. Because when I observe the diagram, I see some information, right? So I can see this is X, this is Y, this is Z. And just by looking at the arrow, I can already see this is the function that map X to Y. And the function G is from Y to Z. So we can actually see that when the object is 4, the image is 22. So that means the information is here already. F4 equals 22, right? F4 equals 22, okay? And then the other information here is G2 equals 12, right? G2 equals 12. What this means is when the object is 2, the image will be 12 under function G lah. Okay, when the object is 2, under function G, the image is 12. When the object is 4, under function F is 22, right? Okay, so far this is the two information I can get from the diagram. Now let's see what information we can get from this paragraph. In diagram 2, the function f maps x to y. Okay, I know already. Function g maps y to z. This one useless. This one all useless. Because this one, everything I know already. Okay, given that f, this one important. Ini penting. So soalan C punya working, dia ada bagi fx equals ax minus 2. So write it here, ax minus 2. And then satu lagi, gy. Okay, the gy I think I'll write here. Because g, right? Yang f letak dengan f sekali lah, g dengan g sekali. Equals to 12 over y minus b. And then they say find the values of a and b. Okay, this is not difficult. So question number 1, how to do? Okay, first of all, dia dah cakap dah fx sama dengan ax minus 2, f4 equals 22, right? So, masuk je lah 4 dalam x, and lepas masuk 4 dalam x equals 22, right? So, what I will do is, I will look at this f4 22, and I will rewrite this thing again. But when I rewrite this thing, the 22 stay the same because 22 is the answer. But the f4 I will write here. The f4 I will do it here. I will do it myself. Okay, macam mana nak buat f4? Okay, saya sudah tahu fx is ax minus 2. So what is f4? A4 minus 2 lah. I repeat, f bracket x is ax minus 2. So what is f bracket 4? A4 minus 2 lah, like this. And now you can find a. So a times 4 is 4a, 22 plus 2 is 24, so a is 6. That's the answer. Okay, now repeat the same process. This time also same. You will look at this, g2 equals to 12. And when you rewrite this whole thing, the 12, leave it because that's the image answer. And now you find g2. How to find g2? Okay, they already give you gy, 12 over y minus b. So this is g, they are the same function. So you can write the whole function down, 12 over y minus b. But don't write 12 over y minus b, because your y already changed to 2. You're trying to find g2, not gy. So the y have to change to 2 also. And now how to find b? Okay, first you get rid of the fraction. How you do that is just pindah this whole thing atas jadi darab. 12 times 2 is 24. 12 times negative b, negative 12b. And since you're finding b, you try to make it positive by moving it here. So 12b becomes, okay, the 24 stay dekat sini, but this one plus 12 move there, become minus 12, become 12. So b equals to 1. Okay, you can use your calculator to help you. So yeah, that's the answer. All right, now you have your AB. Now let's see what they want. Question 2. Okay, question 2, they said find the function which maps x into z, x to z. So let's go to the diagram. So what do you think? X to z, what will be the function? Okay, some of you will say fg. Wrong. If you say fg is wrong. Okay, when you go x to z, you have to do function f first, and then followed by function g. So the order is important. You have to do F baru buat G. But when you do F dulu, it means the F have to duduk dalam. The G have to duduk luar. That's why from here to here, it's not FG, it's GF. Because do you remember when you write composite function, for example, FG and GF? Okay, wait. So let's say this one is GF. Do you remember you will always put a big bracket like this to remind yourself, kena buat dalam dulu. It means that this function is the first one you do. So if I said I have to do F first, the F have to write here, and then the G have to write on the left, right? Macam tu. It means the first function always write dekat paling kanan. Okay, and then the following one right here, right here, right here, right here. Okay, so this is how you write it. So that means what is the function which maps x onto z? Gfx, right? But I don't think you can just stop here. I think you have to find the gfx out, right? And how to find the gfx? Well, you have fx and gx already. Okay, so let's write down my fx function first. So my fx function is ax minus 2, but the a is 6, so 6x minus 2, and the gy will be 12 over y minus b, but I know my b is 1, so it'll be y minus 1. And now I can find my, what I want? Gfx. Gfx, not fgx. I already explained why just now, because I have to do f dulu. Kalau saya buat, kalau saya tulis fg, salah. Kalau fgx, ini apa maksud? Ini maksudnya you buat g dulu baru buat f. Salah, you kena buat f dulu. So that's why it has to be gfx. Gfx. So the function that maps x onto z is gfx, right? So later I have to do fx first, right? Yeah. Okay, so f dulu. Okay, now we can continue from here. So first is we kita tengok dalam dulu lah. So dalam is fx, ada tak fx? Ada mah, 6x minus 2, masuk je lah. And then now after masuk dalam, kalau tak boleh buat, then kita tengok luar lah. So tengok luar sekarang function g. So do we have function g? Yes. Function g is this. So this is function g, this is also function g. So they are the same family. It means I can write this whole thing down. But when you write it down, don't write 12 over y minus 1. The y have to put bracket. Okay. Hey, you rasa logic kalau you tulis y macam ni. You even if you very weak at Addmaths also, you know there's something wrong here. You know there's something wrong here, right? How can you just write 12 over y minus 1? If you write 12 over y minus 1, that is gy. That is g bracket y. I don't want gy. I don't want gy. I want g bracket x 6x minus 2. So you know there's something wrong if you write y here. So what do you think? The y have to change to what? 6x minus 2 lah. Because this is g bracket y. The one apa yang saya tengah cari g bracket 6x minus 2. It means the y have to change to 6x minus 2. So automatic the y on the other side also you change to 6x minus 2. So that's why it's like that. So now it becomes 12 over 6x. Negative 2 minus 1 is negative 3. Right? But this one you can simplify tau. Right? But I don't want you to see you all potong just potong like that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Because if you potong like that sebenarnya dia boleh potong. Tapi you kena potong dengan 3 sekali. Right? So let me teach you another method so that you can avoid buat salah. So kalau you tak nak buat salah, you buat macam ni. You factorize. So the 12, leave it. The 6x minus 3, you can factorize, right? Sebab dua-dua ni boleh bahagi 3. So what you do is when you factorize, it becomes 2x minus 1. Because 6x bahagi 3, 2x, negative 3 bahagi 3, negative 1. And kenapa you factorize? Sebab you nak jadikan dia hubungan darab. So bila hubungan dia darab, when it's a times relation, now you can cut safely. Because now when you cut safely, you end up with 4 atas. So the answer is 4 over 2x minus 1. Okay, like that. Alright. When there is a x dekat bawah, there will be undefined case, right? Because this is the answer for gfx, right? This is the answer for gfx. Okay, this is the answer. And when your function answer have x at the denominator, kalau ada x dekat bawah, it means the other undefined case. And the undefined case is x cannot equals 1 over 2. Okay. Okay, for those who like want to know why is it like that, is because the denominator cannot equal 0. Yeah, because when you divide 0, the whole thing become math error. Yeah, when you can try your calculator, 4 bahagi 0, it will give you math error. Any number divide 0 is math error. So you have to make sure this bawah part cannot equal 0. So the undefined case is x cannot equals to 1 over 2 lah. Because the negative 1, when you move there, it become positive 1 times 2 become over 2. It means x cannot equal 1 over 2. Because when x is 1 over 2, it becomes 2 times 1 over 2 minus 1, and then cut 1 minus 1 becomes 0. So you end up with no answer. You end up have undefined, right? You end up math error. That's why x cannot equals 1 over 2, right? But this one, I will just erase it. Okay. Okay. So hope you understand. Let's continue. Okay, I'm doing 4 now. So let's read the question. Diagram 3 shows 3 right angle triangle. Right angle triangle means the triangle have 90 degree. So yeah, you can see it. All these triangle have 90 degree. Show that the area is loss of the triangle follows an arithmetic progression. And then they say, hence, find the sum of first n term of this progression in terms of n if k equals 4. So the soalan asks us to do 2 things. First, they want you to show that the area follows arithmetic progression. And then want to find Sn, right? Okay, but the Sn, they want do later lah. Now let's show that the area forms a arithmetic progression first. So how do we find area of triangle? 1 over 2 times base times height. If it's a 90 degree, if it's a right angle triangle, kalau dia ada 90 degree, and you already have the base height, you just use this formula. It's like the easiest one, right? 1 over 2 times base times height. So 1 over 2 times k times k. For the second triangle, it will be 1 over 2, but this time the base is k plus 1, and this one is the height is k, right? And then for the third triangle, the base is k plus 2, the height is k. So I noticed something. The height of the triangle is same. All the height, right? K, all the height is k. It's just that the base is changing, right? The base is getting longer. K jadi k plus 1, k plus 2. So you can guess the next one must be k plus 3, k plus 4, and so on, right? Okay, so now I can simplify this to get the area. So how to find the area here? K times k is k squared, so k squared over 2. This one is k plus 1, but the k you can expand. So k times k plus 1 is k squared plus k. Because k times k is k squared, k times 1 is k. But I have to over 2. Okay, what about this? K times k, k squared. K times 2, 2k. But I have to times 1 over 2 means the whole thing divided 2 like this. And it will keep going like this. Okay, how do we show that this is a arithmetic progression? Because that's what the question wants. Show that the area follows arithmetic progression. So how can we show that? Very easy. You take, first you find the common difference by taking this term minus this term. And then you find another common difference, which is this minus this. And if they both give you the same answer, then you sudah show. Then you already show them that it's a arithmetic, right? That's how you prove. Okay, so the D1, I will find it by using T2 minus T1. The D2, I will get it by using T3 minus T2. Make sense? Because the common difference is like you take any term minus with the term before. So I will just take T2 minus T1 for this. And then for the other common difference, I take T3 minus T2, right? And if they end up with same answer later, then then you can say that it's a geometric progression. Geometric blah. Arithmetic. Arithmetic. Okay, T2 minus T1. So what? K square plus 2K over 2 minus T1, K square over 2. Okay, if they are both over 2, you can just combine into a single fraction, and then yang atas tinggal K square plus 2K minus K square like this, right? Okay, let me make space because I don't have enough space. So if I move it up here, oh, let me do it again. Okay, like this. If I move it up here, there will be more space. All right. So now I can continue from here. K square minus K square is 0. So but the 2K divide 2, you can cut also. So you left with K, right? You left with K. Okay. Hey, wait. Did something wrong here? K square plus. Oh, I silap. The T2 is K square plus K. Yeah, silap. I made a careless mistake. Very careless here. So this is wrong. Why is this wrong? Is because the the T2 is K square plus this one, right? This is the T2, K square plus K. I go and write I go and write 2K. That's why I salah. Okay, sorry. So this is the correct one. K square plus K over 2 minus K square over 2. So now it becomes combined jadi single fraction, and then yang atas boleh combine, right? Because you can only do like that when the denominator is same. Alright, so now K square minus K square potong tinggal K over 2 lah. So this is the common difference when you take T2 minus T1. What if you take T3 minus T2? Okay, let's go. K square plus 2K over 2, that's the T3. Minus T2, which is K square plus K over 2. Same thing like just now, you can combine jadi single fractions sebab bawah sama. So it becomes K square plus 2 square. Okay, a lot of students will buat salah sini because they go and write negative K square plus K. Salah. You have to put bracket. If you don't put bracket, salah. Because if you don't put bracket, you thought this one is plus K. Tapi sebenarnya dia minus K. Because later you will take the negative, you have to expand. When you expand, when you open bracket, dia jadi K square, and then the plus K becomes minus K. That's why the bracket very important. Yang ini tadi saya tak letak bracket sebab dia satu term saja. So when it's satu term, dia tak ada plus minus. Ya, dia tak ada plus minus. Right? So we don't have to worry. But if there is a plus minus like this, you have to be careful. Because later the minus plus, dia boleh tukar jadi minus. Right? Okay, over 2. K square minus K square is 0. And then 2K minus K is 1K. So you went up with 1K over 2. So you can see that the D1 and the D2 gives you the same. It gives you the same answer, right? So if it give you the same answer, that means we can already say that it's arithmetic lah. Okay, so let's write down the write the final answer, right? So for soalan jenis ni, you tak boleh stop dekat sini. You have to write something, right? So you can say what? Since D1 equals to D2, right? The area, okay, you can follow how the question asks. The area of triangle follows arithmetic progression. You ikut je. Macam mana dia tanya, macam tu lah you tulis. The area of triangles, right? Form, triangles, oops. Triangles follows an arithmetic progression, or you can write forms lah. Form and arithmetic progression. Okay, so this is good enough. So this is my favorite way to prove that it's an arithmetic progression. Take the T2 minus T1, and then take T3 minus 2, T2, and if you end up same, then you say they are arithmetic. If no, then not arithmetic. What if they ask to prove that it's geometric? You same concept, but you take T2 bahagi T1, and then the other side you do T3 bahagi T2. Okay, because geometric is you have to take bahagi you cannot minus, right? So this is the best way to prove, right? Okay, sudah siap. Now they say what? Okay, belum siap lagi Dia kata hence find the sum of first and term mean Sn But they say they want the answer in terms of n. It means later you tak ada n. You tak payah cari n pun. You tak payah cari n. They want the answer in terms of n. So memang dia nak jawapan, dia memang tak nak you cari n. Dia mau you punya jawapan is like in terms of n. So you don't need to find the n. And then they give us k is 4. Okay, let's not worry about the Sn first. Let's look at the K4 and write our new progression first. So if your K4, now your area becomes what? Instead of K square over 2, it becomes 4 square over 2. Because they give us K already. And then this one becomes what? K square, which is 4 square plus K4 over 2, right? Basically what I'm doing is I just sub the 4 inside the K, right? And then for the third term, it becomes 4 square. Okay. So 4 square plus 2 times 4 over 2. So now you end up with 16 divided 2, which is 8. Okay, and then this one is 4 square, 16 plus 4, 20 divided 2 is 10. Then 16 plus 8 24 divided 2, 12, right? So, oh, and by the way, these are all in cm square, because it's all in area, right? So this one is the area for first triangle, 8 cm square, 10 cm square, 12 cm square, so on. So what is the A of the equation? 8, and the D equation is 2, right? And if you look here, the D is K over 2, right? And do you remember they say K is 4? So if you take 4 divided 2, yeah, you get the same. Right? You get 2 also, right? So yeah. Okay, why I write the AD down like this is because I know later I have to do SN. And later the SN formula, you have to use the A and D. Because the formula for SN is N over 2, big bracket 2A plus N minus 1D. Yeah, this is the formula that we learn in this chapter to find SN. For arithmetic, this formula is for arithmetic, arithmetic progression. Okay, so let's use this formula now. And please make sure you, for the n later, don't write anything, because you don't have the n. They want in terms of n, right? So just write n over 2. Okay, you don't have the n, but it's okay. You don't need the n. They want the answer in terms of n. So just write n. And then big bracket 2a. Okay, the a you have lah, which is 8 plus n minus 1. Okay, the n tak ada, tapi tak apa. Sebab soalan dah cakap dah, jawapan boleh ada n. So just leave it. And then the d is 2. Okay, just write 2. And don't forget, this 2 kena darab, bukan tambah, dia darab. So when you darab, becomes like, okay, 2 darab 8 is 16. And these 2 have to darab times, it becomes 2n minus 2. Right? And since this one is plus, so plus minus, this one is minus, right? Okay, then this is n over 2. Okay, now it becomes n over 2, bracket. Okay, 16, number dengan number boleh buat. 16 minus 2, 14, plus 2n. And now you can take the n over 2, darab 14. So n times 14 is 14n, divide 2 is 7n. N times 2n is 2n square, divide 2 is n square. And that's your answer. 7n plus n square. And your answer, they can say, they already say boleh jadi in terms of n. So dah siap lah ini jawapannya. Finish. 5 marks. Okay. Okay, done. All right, let's do B now. Okay, B is also a progression question, but this is not related to A. This is like a different story. Tadi cerita pasal triangle, sekarang sudah cerita pasal apa string. So it's like it has nothing to do. Okay, like B and A is not the same. They don't have the same information lah. They are different. Okay, so let's read B. A piece of string with length 45 meter is cut into several pieces such that the length of the pieces form arithmetic progression. Okay, I will draw it out so that it's easy for you to imagine. So let's draw a wire, and the wires, the piece of string is what? 45 meters. So the panjang for the whole string is 45 meters, right? For the whole string. And it's cut into several pieces such that the length of piece form a arithmetic. So you will cut, and all the length will form arithmetic progression. And they say here the length of the shortest piece and the longest piece of string is 50 cm and 4 meter respectively. Find the number of pieces of string that are cut. All right. So when you cut, they didn't cut same length, right? It means this person, when he cut the string, he didn't make sure all the length is same. He make sure some is short, some is long. So it means the first he cut very short, but the next one he cut a bit longer. This one a bit longer than the previous one. This one lagi longer. This one lagi longer. This one lagi longer. It means that all the panjang here is not sama panjang. Okay. Okay. That is why ada yang shortest, ada yang longest. And what is the shortest piece? 50 cm. Okay, we can jadikan this one the A. It means we jadikan the first term. It means we jadikan the shortest piece, jadikan dia first term. Okay, we make the shortest piece, the shortest length, make that the first term. And then the longest piece, 4 meter, we make that the last term, right? Because that's the longest, right? So we make that the longer, the last term, right? But this is in meter, this is in cm. So I think I should convert everything to same unit, right? Otherwise, it will affect my answer. Later, my answer is wrong later if the unit is tak sama. So I will convert the 4 meter to cm, and how you do that? Times 100. So you get 400 cm. So this should be, the last term should be 400 cm. Okay. Okay, for those question, for those student yang nak convert semua jadi meter boleh juga. Right? You want to change everything to meter, can also, right? But I convert everything to cm lah, can also. So later this one also convert to cm times 100 also. So you end up with 4500 cm lah. So this is the total length for the whole string. Okay. All right. Saya ada first term A50, and we have the last term. Okay, 400. This is the symbol for last term, like the L symbol, right? And then now they say find number of pieces of strings that are cut. It means dia nak cari n lah. Dia nak cari from here to here. This one is T1, and then the other T2, T3, T4, T5, and then dia suruh cari like n. It means from here to here ada berapa sebutan, berapa terms. Okay. So macam mana nak buat? Okay, we have one more information that we almost forget. Do you remember this information? 4,500. And what is this 4,500? It's the SN, right? Because 4,500 is the sum of all the wires add together. It means walaupun saya tak tahu N ni berapa, tapi saya tahu when you take T1 plus T2 plus T3 plus semua tambah semua sampai 400, you will get 4,500. It means the SN is equals to 4,500. And what is the formula for SN? In arithmetic for, progression, the formula is N over 2, big bracket 2A plus N minus 1D, right? Because this formula is, I mentioned, I use it in part A just now also, right? But there is another formula for SN. Yeah, there is another formula for SN. It's N over 2A plus L. Yes. Okay. Yeah, there's two formula you learn in this chapter, right? And in this question, in this case, we have to use this formula down here. And the reason is because we don't have the D, right? So, macam mana nak tahu nak guna formula atas ke formula bawah? Okay, very easy. Kalau ada D, kita guna formula atas. Kalau ada D, right? Kalau tak ada D, guna formula ni, right? And for this case, we cannot find the D. Yeah, because we don't have two consecutive terms. Kita tak ada dua term yang berterusan. Kalau ada, then saya boleh cari D lah. Just ambil ni tolak ni, right? Tapi tak boleh. Ini saya tak tahu. You tak boleh ambil 400 minus 50 sebab dia bukan, you already skip a lot of terms here, right? And you don't know how many terms you have. So that's why you tak ada D. That's why we have to use the other formula, N over 2A plus L. And you have the AL. So you can just put N over 2. N tak ada, you mau cari N kan? And then A plus L is just 50 plus 400. And then close bracket is equal 4,500. And now you can just finish this. 400 plus 50, 450 equals 4,500. Okay, let me continue here. N over 2 equals to 4,500 bahagi 450. You press calculator, you will get 10. And then N equals to 10, 2 times 10, which is 20. And this is your answer, right? So number of pieces of string that are cut, 20. It means he cut this into 20 sections, right? And all the 20 string have different length, right? From the shortest until the longest lah. It means this 400 is the 20th, the like string yang ke-20. This one is the 20th term, right? This one is the first string. You have second string, third string, and total got 20 string, right? Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, let's continue with question number 5. Okay, number 5, let's read the question. Milk is being poured into a hemispherical bowl of radius 4 cm at the rate of 3 pi. Okay, for me, I will just draw it out, right? Even though the soalan never asked me to draw, I will just draw it out. Because when you draw it out, you can imagine it better, right? It's easier to imagine. So what is hemisphere? Hemisphere means half a sphere. Okay, like separuh spera. So ini separuh spera lah, like half of it. Okay, the hemispherical bowl of radius 4 cm. So the hemisphere radius is 4, so this one is 4 lah, radius. And then this says 3 pi cm cube per second, rate of 3 pi. Okay, so definitely this is differentiation question and it's a rate of change question. Okay, because I saw the word rate already, right? And if you read the whole thing, it's talking about milk is being poured. So it's like you pour milk inside and the rate is 3 pi cm cube per second. I recommend you look at the unit carefully. Cm cube, it means this 3 pi is rate of volume because it's cm cube per second. Cm cube, you only write the power 3 cube when it's a volume, right? So that's why this one is dv over dt. Why write dt? Because rate. Okay, whenever you see the word rate, it must be over dt. Okay, kalau rate of volume, dv dt. Rate of area, dA dt. Rate of radius, dr dt. Rate of apa lagi? Rate of anything lah. Just when you see the word rate dia punya bawah mesti dt. Dia mesti over dt. Okay, tapi atas yang atas tu depends on the soalan lah. And for this case, it's talking about volume of milk, right? So the volume of milk is being poured with this. So this one is 3 pi, right? Okay, lepas tu apa lagi? If the depth of the milk in the bowl is HCM. Okay, so after pot, there will be like a milk here. And the depth, that means like the depth lah, the depth, this one. Okay, the dalam. So the depth, the dalam of the milk is HCM. So after pot, the depth is H. And the volume is given this one. So I think I have to write this equation down. And since I'm doing differentiation, I will expand this. So it becomes 4 pi h square minus, okay, the pi direct here also, but I will write in this way, pi over 3 h power 3. Okay, so did you notice I write in such a way that it would be easy for me to differentiate later? Because I know later confirm I have to differentiate one. Because this is differentiation chapter. And before you differentiate, kalau boleh expand, kena expand. Tapi cara saya tulis, I try to write it in such a way that it would be easier for me to differentiate later, right? Can you see I never write pi h power 3 over 3? I try to put the h power 3 beside because I want it to, sebab saya nak, because when you differentiate, we need to know what is the power and what's the coefficient in front. Kita kena tahu sangat clear apa power kita and apa nombor depan. Sebab bila differentiate, you kena ambil ini darab ni. That's why it's better to write like this. Okay, but don't differentiate first. Let's see what they want first. Soalan A, they want to find rate of change of H. You see the word rate again. So over dt again. But this time it's rate of change of H. So dH lah. And don't forget H represents the depth. Okay, the depth of the milk, right? Okay, and then when the depth of milk is 302, so dH dt equals question mark, right? And then the 302 is what? The 302 is the depth lah. I mean the H lah. Because depth is 302, H 302, right? Okay, I think I sudah berjaya tulis all the information down, right? I already write down all the information. The only thing left is to find the answer. So what they want, the final answer is this, dH dt. That's the final answer. That's the one they want to find. Okay, when we are doing rate of change, I always teach my student, don't differentiate anything first. You will go here and draw these things. Line equals to line, darab line. And I always teach my student, yang ni dengan yang ni, always dt. Right? You will always put dt. Okay? Just letak je dt. And then this one and this one sama. And then this one and this one sama. Okay? So, sekali lagi, yang ini dt, yang ini dt. And then siapa sama? Yang dua-dua atas ni sama. And then yang ini atas bawah sama. Right? Tapi, persoalannya nak tulis apa? Nak tulis apa dekat sini? You want to write what? Okay, you look at your information lah. Siapa yang you left out? Okay, who's the siapa yang sudah kena left out? So dt you sudah tahu sini, right? So apa yang kena left out? dv and dh. So what do you think? I have to write here. Mestilah dv dh lah. Kenapa tulis macam ni? Sebab nanti dv dh, you tengok you punya equation. You punya equation is v in terms of h. So it's better to write dv dh dh. Tapi sebenarnya you want to write dh dv boleh juga. Tapi kalau you tulis dh dv nanti ini dia jadi dh dv lah. Okay, it means later when you differentiate this, the dv dh answer you have to terbalikkan baru boleh ganti masuk. Okay, tapi boleh juga lah, boleh juga, right? But the way I teach, I always said, you tengok you punya equation, siapa subject. So v subject kan? Okay, so v tulis sini, right? Kalau v subject. So sebab v in terms of h. So that's why I write dv dh, right? So siapa subject, itulah yang you tulis dekat sini, right? And then yang ni ikut saja. And then the other one you just write atas bawah. Okay, sekarang bagi tahu saya, dv dt ada bagi tak? Ada, 3 pi. So masuk 3 pi. dv dh ada bagi tak? Okay, so far dia tak ada mention dekat information, tapi tak apa, biarkan. dh dt ada bagi. Okay, dh dt is question mark. It means dh dt is the final answer lah. This is what they want you to find at the end. Ini apa yang you kena cari last kali, right? So dh dt is what you need to find at the end. So can you jawab me what I have to find now? What I have to find now? Apa yang saya kena cari sekarang? dv/dh lah. Sebab kalau you cari dv/dh, you boleh ganti masuk and then pindah dapatlah final answer. Tapi macam mana nak cari dv/dh? Ini dah ada equation v in terms of h. So buat je lah dv/dh. So sekarang you faham kenapa sini tulis dv/dh, right? Okay, sebenarnya kalau nak tulis dh/dh, dv/dv boleh juga, right? Tapi itu banyak kerja sikit lah sebab you have to terbalikkan your answer baru boleh ganti. Okay, but you will end up the same answer, believe me. Okay, dv/dh. Differentiate yang ni, how to differentiate? You kena ambil power darab nombor depan and then power minus 1. So 2 times 4 pi, 8 pi. Power minus 1, h power 1. Siap. Minus, same thing. Power darab nombor depan, 3 times pi over 3, left with pi. Sebab 3 boleh potong. Power minus 1, h power 2. Tapi you jangan terus ganti. Jangan dulu. Make sure you sub h inside first. And the h inside, the h value dia mesti bagi. Dia mesti bagi dalam soalan. Confirm they will give every time. So dia ada bagi sini h3/2, right? Okay, so masuk je lah. 3/2. Okay. Okay, the soalan ada cakap tak in terms of pi? Ataupun dia tak kata kan in terms of pi or not. But usually, okay, saya tulis je lah in terms of pi. Okay, it means the pi I tak mahu tekan. Okay. Okay. Because if I tekan later my answer is like, dia jadi buruk. Like jawapan dia jadi macam point. So saya tak berapa suka bila jawapan saya like like sangat complicated. So the pi saya tak mahu tekan lah. I just buat 8 darab 3/2. Saya dapat 8 times 3, 24 divided 2, 12 pi sini. Tolak dengan 3/2 square is 9/4. So 9/4 pi lah. You can use your calculator. So 12 minus 9/4, tekan je. Alright, so nanti jawapan you ada pi juga. Okay, so you dapat 39/4 pi. Tapi ini bukan jawapan. You kena sub this thing dekat sini. Alright? Okay, but I want to mention tadi lepas you differentiate, saya kata tak boleh ganti kan? Sebab you kena masuk nilai H dulu. You have to sub the H value inside first. And dia ada bagi H, right? But what if one day they never give H? They give V. Contoh dia bagi V, contoh macam ni dia tak bagi, dia bagi macam contoh macam ni. Then if for case like this you have to masuk V dalam original equation. And then cari H dulu. Lepas cari H baru sambung ganti. Okay. Kalau dia tanya macam tu lah. Right. Okay. Tapi kalau dia bagi terus dah, you can terus up. Alright. The 39/4 pi, 4 pi masuk dekat sini. Okay. The pi, you don't have to press one. Because later when you find DH dt, you ambil ini 3 pi bahagi 39/4 pi, right? But when you bahagi this pi and this pi can potong already. So you just left with 3 bahagi 39/4, which is 3 times 4/39 lah. Bahagi 39/4 means darab 4/39. And then you can potong ini dengan ni, tinggal 13. So 4/13. So dH/dt punya jawapan sudah keluar lah. 4/13. Right? Okay. Don't forget to write the unit. dH dt equals 4. Okay. H mewakili dalam. H represents the depth. So depth is in cm. Is it? Yeah, cm. So the unit is cm. And then T represents time. So time is second. So tulis S, tapi disebabkan dia duduk bawah, bila naik atas dia jadi -1. So 4 cm per second is the rate of depth of milk. Dia sudah cari rate of change of H lah. It means rate of depth lah, because H is depth. So 3 marks for this. So this is the cara, the jalan kira. Why I write 4? Ini 4/13 kan? What's wrong with me? Sorry. dH dt is 4/13. Okay, and the unit is cm per second. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, I want to do B. So let's scroll up and see what the B says. Okay, B. Given that the radius of surface of milk is this, R equals square root 8H minus H square. Radius of surface of milk. Okay, I remember just now they got mentioned the radius is 4, right? But this 4 dia tak guna pun dalam A tadi kan? Ya, sebab tak guna, right? So I think the 4 is just there to make you confused. So the 4 actually tak guna. The radius tak guna, right? But now they say radius of surface of milk is this. Determine the small change of radius of milk surface if the depth of milk decrease 5% from H equals 1. Okay, for this B question, it's not a rate of change question anymore. B is a small change question because I see the word small change, right? Perubahan kecil. So for perubahan kecil, kita akan guna simbol delta. Okay, this is the symbol delta, right? So let's read again. Radius dah bagi ni. So tulis the equation ni. But very high chance later you have to differentiate this. So I will write it in such a way that will be easy for me to differentiate. And tengok macam mana saya tulis. 8H minus H square power 1/2. Right? Why I write like this? Because I know if I write like this, later when you differentiate, you just take 1/2 darab depan and then 1/2 minus 1. Yeah, and that's all. Right? Okay, tapi jangan differentiate dulu. Let's see what it says. Determine small change of radius. Okay, radius we use R to represent. So dia nak cari small change in radius means nak cari delta R. So delta R is the final answer. If the depth of milk, depth is H, right? Remember H represents depth. So H is what? Decrease 5% from H equals 1. It means the H original value is 1. The original value of H is 1. But then the new value, it has to decrease 5%. So can you tell me, 1 decrease 5%, what's the new value? It will be 1 times 0.95. Okay, for those who's wondering why, I will tell you now. Decrease 5% means what? It means you have to take 1 darab 5%. 5% is 5 or 100, right? And then after you tekan ni, you dapat satu jawapan. Tapi you kena ambil 1 tolak dengan ni. Right? But it's very slow if I do it like this. That's why I prefer to do it fast. How to do it fast? Since you are taking, you nak tahu 1 decrease 5%, right? It means you take the 95%, you just ambil 1 darab 95% lah. And then you dapat, right? Okay, that's why it's 0.95, right? Okay, it's faster to do it like that lah. But if you take 1 darab 5%, lepas tu dapat jawapan, lepas tu ambil 1 minus, boleh juga, you dapat sama, right? It's the same. Alright, after you get your old value and the new value, original value and new value, you can find the small change. You boleh cari perubahan dia dah. And perubahan dia, cara dia macam mana nak cari? How to find the perubahan kecil? You ambil new value minus small value. Sorry. New value minus original value. Okay? Jangan ambil besar tolak kecil lah. Siapa ajar macam tu? Tak ada. Bukan tengok siapa besar, siapa kecil. You kena ambil siapa new value and then ambil new value minus original value. Okay? So, the correct way is 0.95 minus 1. Bukan 1 minus 0.95. Right? 0.95 minus 1. Sebab kena ambil, wajib ambil new value minus old value. So you will get negative 0.05. Okay, sampai sini kita boleh guna formula small change. The formula we use in small change is very simple. dRdh is almost equals to delta R delta H. Okay, tapi kalau sini dy dx, then delta y delta x lah. Okay, itu bergantung kepada soalan. So this soalan, the equation is R in terms of H. And this one is delta R delta H. That's why it's dr dh almost equals to delta R delta H. Okay, delta H sudah ada, masuk saja negative 0.05. Delta R is question mark. It means this is what I have to find at the end. This is what I want to find last kali. This is the final answer. So can you tell me what I have to find now? Delta R is what I want to find at the end. So what I have to find now? The dRdh lah. And how to do that? Yeah, you have the equation here, differentiate and then masuk. But after you differentiate, tak boleh terus masuk. You kena ganti nilai H dalam dulu. Right? Okay, I'll teach you later. So now let's differentiate this equation. Get the dRdh first. Okay, how to differentiate dRdh? Okay, for this type of equation, you cannot expand because it's power 1 over 2. You only learn how to expand for power 2. How you want to expand if it's power 3, power 4, power 5, or power negative, or power 1 over 2 like this. Like you never learn how to expand. You only learn how to expand power 2, right? So for this type of equation yang you tak boleh expand, sebab dia punya power bukan 2, you will use another method to differentiate. And the method looks like this. You straight away take the 1 over 2, darab depan. But make sure depan tak ada X, tak ada unknown lah, tak ada unknown, right? Tak ada unknown. Sebab kalau ada unknown then you cannot use this method. Kalau depan ada unknown, you have to use UV formula. Okay, you have to use the UV formula. And the formula is like salin U differentiate V tambah salin V differentiate U. Okay, that's called the product rule. Okay, we have to use the product rule, UV product rule. Tapi ini tak payah guna UV. Ini tak payah, ini tak payah. Sebab dia punya depan tak ada unknown. So you can use this method. Terus darab dengan depan, darab 1 lah. So dia jadi 1 over 2. And then bracket 8H minus H square. And then power minus 1. 1 over 2 minus 1, kalau you guna calculator, you dapat negative 1 over 2. Tapi, kalau you nak buat cara ni, you kena buka lagi satu bracket and differentiate dalam bracket sekali lagi. Right? So if you want to do this method, you have to differentiate inside the bracket inside, differentiate one more time. Okay, differentiate bracket. So differentiate bracket, differentiate 8H, 8 lah. Differentiate negative H square, negative 2H. Because the 2 times in front, right? And then the power minus 1, so negative 2H, right? So now, you can take the 8 minus 2H, dia boleh buat dengan, dia boleh times 1 over 2, means divide 2. So 8 minus 2H divide 2, you end up with 4 minus H, right? And what about this thing? Alright, ini dia power negative, you boleh jadikan dia power positive, just letak bawah. Because when you letak bawah, the kuasa tukar tanda, right? The power will change sign. So the negative 1 over 2 becomes 1 over 2. And we all know power 1 over 2 means square root. So just write square root, right? Okay, now we end up here already. But I told you already, you cannot straight away sub inside. Okay, you need to ganti H dalam dulu, right? So it has to ganti H inside here. So this one is 8H. You have to ganti H dalam dulu, right? But the question is the H have to sub what? Okay, do you remember just now they got say H is 1 to 0.95? So remember this, always sub the original value. Okay, always sub the original value. You jangan cakap, oh sir, sub yang besar or sub yang kecil. Bukan tengok siapa besar, siapa kecil. You sub the original value. Doesn't matter the original value is smaller or bigger. We don't look at siapa big, siapa small. We always sub the original value. So the H is 1, right? The original value H is 1. So sub with 1. Okay, so sub and then lepas dapat jawapan baru ganti masuk. Okay, sekarang what is 4 minus 1? 3. What is 8 times 1? 8. 8 minus 1 square means 8 minus 1, 7. So square root 7. So the 3 over square root 7, you akan letak dekat sini. 3 over square root 7. Okay, the delta R now, I will just press calculator. Okay, just tekan calculator saja. Okay, so just tekan 3 bahagi square root 7, darab dengan bracket negative 0.05. Okay, write your answer in decimal lah. So tulis 4 significant figure, negative 0.0. Okay, kalau depan kosong kita tak kira significant figure. So you have to write 4 more digit, 5669. Okay, the next digit is 4. So tak payah plus 1 lah. So this is the answer. Okay, the small change in R is negative 0.05669. Okay, sudah? Siap. Okay, done. Okay, I want to continue. Let's do number 6. Okay, number 6. What chapter is this? Circular measure, right? Okay, let's see. Diagram 4 shows two circles with center A and B respectively. Okay, I can see it. And they overlap. right? These two circles, they overlap each other at this region here. Okay, so the center is AB. Okay, which intersect at C and D. Okay, the two circle intersect at C and D. Okay, it is given that the radius of small circle is 5 and the radius of large circle is 11. So they give us radius for both circle. BC and BD are the tangent to the small circle. Oh yo, what is this? BC and BD are the tangent. Okay, let's draw some lines here so that we understand what the information says. BC and BD are tangent. Mana BC? Okay, let's draw a line B to C. Okay, if I panjangkan, what happens? So you can see that, yeah, tangent means like it touch at one point lah. So BC will be the tangent to the small circle, right? Because this is a small circle, right? And tangent line means what? It will only touch the circle at one point. So yeah lah, betul lah. BC memang garisan tangent, right? And the tangent point is C, right? The tangent point is C. Okay. All right. So let me draw it until here. So BC, and there's another line which is also tangent to the small circle, which is BD, right? And do you know, when you tarik a center to a, because these two lines is tangent to the small circle, right? It means that when you tarik from the center of the small circle to this point C, point D, you will end up getting 90 degree. Yeah, memang macam tu. When you tarik from center to tangent point, always 90 degree, right? I hope you know that lah. If you don't know, then now you know lah. Okay, so tarik like this, 90. And then, do we know the panjang AC? Yeah, they give us radius here. Radius of small circle is 5. So just 5, 5 lah, right? And I'm sure this one also, you know, 11 ma. Both sides also 11. Wait. Why both sides 11? Because both sides also the radius for the big circle, right? So this is how my labeling looks like now. So now let's try to do A. A says find angle CAD in radian. Okay, CAD, where is it? Oh, this one. Okay, how to find this angle right here? Let me think. Okay, can I separate like this? No, don't do that. Don't do that. If you separate like this, later cannot do. Okay, I think I have to what do you have to separate like this? Okay, yeah, boleh. Okay, so obviously we cannot use the arc formula. The R theta formula cannot use because they never mention anything about arc here. They never give us arc. So I don't think you can use the arc formula to find theta. And I don't think you can use area of sector. Ada tak you nampak dia cakap pasal area sector sini? Tak ada kan? Ada tak dia cakap pasal, what about the chord formula? Ada dia cakap pasal chord? Tak ada. What about the area of segment formula? Luas tembering. Boleh tak guna formula area of segment? Luas tembering. Tak boleh juga. Dia tak mention. So when all the four formula you cannot use, there's only one way to do it, which is you use right angle triangle. You use right angle triangle. And how to do it is you have to separate this line like this. Because when you separate a line like this, you will cut the angle in half, right? And you will end up with two right angle triangle yang sama size, right? I repeat one more time. This right angle triangle atas yang dengan right angle triangle same size. That's why the panjang here 5, 5 sama, 11, 11 sama. And this angle will be same with this angle later also. Dua angle ni sama size. Ini dengan ni pun same size, right? But now we focus on this angle right here, right? So let's try to find angle CAB first. Okay, but later I have to times 2. Later I have times 2. So how do we find angle CAB? Let me draw the right angle out. Okay, so this is 90 degree, this is C, this is A, this is B, right? So, okay, the angle I want to find is this. But later this angle I have to times 2, right? Because they are asking for CAD, right? Why times 2? Because this one is same size, right? Okay, how to find the angle here? You have 11, which is here. You also have 5 here, right? So, what do you think? How to find this angle? Use Pythagoras theorem. Okay, Pythagoras theorem you don't use Pythagoras theorem. Pythagoras theorem is when you want to find the panjang. Okay, when you have two sides and you try to find the remaining panjang, then only you use Pythagoras theorem, right? And but don't do that because I don't want to find panjang. I want to find the angle. So you should use trigonometry. So, ka, toa, sine, cos, tangent. But which one you will use? Okay, this is your angle. Depan angle kita panggil apa? Opposite. Depan 90 kita panggil apa? Hypotenuse. And then the last one kita panggil adjacent. So you nak guna yang mana? You nak cari angle sini mah. You ada opposite, you ada adjacent. So guna tan lah, guna tangent lah. Because you have O and A, right? Kalau you guna sine tak jadi man. Ya, guna sine tak jadi. If you guna sine, you need a hypotenuse. Because you are finding angle now. Okay, and if you want to find angle, you need to have to make sure you need to have the two sides. And the two sides you have is O and A, opposite adjacent. So use tangent. So how to write? Tangent angle CAB, let's call this CAB for now, equals opposite over adjacent. O is 11, adjacent is 5. So when you tekan shift tangent, the calculator will give you, but it will automatically give you in degree. They will not give you in radian one. Because dia ada sin cos tan depan. So automatic you give you in degree. So tekan shift tangent 11/5. Okay, I usually write in degree minute. So it will be 65 degree, 33 minute. But for those yang nak tulis dalam point boleh juga. Kalau tulis dalam point dia jadi 65.56 degree lah. Can also lah, same thing. Okay, I usually write degree minute. Okay, sekarang how to find angle CAD? How to find angle CAD? CAD is CAB sudah tahu sini kan. Tapi kena times 2 lah. So 65 degree 33 minute times 2. I will use the answer button because it's more accurate. So 131 degree 7 minute. Actually it's 6 minute. Tapi kalau belakang more than 30 you kena plus 1. So the answer is 131 degree 7 minute. Okay, salah. Dia kata nak dalam radian mah. So you have to take 131 degree 7 minute darab dengan pi over 180. Because that's how you convert to radian. Tapi pi ada tak dia cakap guna apa? Ada 3.142. So you ikut times 3.142. So now you can press all this in your calculator. Use the answer button again. I'll use the answer button again. Okay, let me press. 2.28. This one I write 4 significant figure. 2.28. 2.2886. So 2.289 lah. If I write in 4 significant figure, this is how it looks like. And the unit is radian. Okay. Okay. So I sudah siap part A. 2 marks. Okay. Sekarang kita buat part B pula. So part B nak cari apa? Find the area of shaded region. Okay. The shaded region is here. So how to find the area of this shape? Okay. This shape is like this. Right? And I don't think you can find the area directly. What it means is saya rasa you tak boleh cari luas ni dengan satu formula saja. Bukan satu formula. You tak boleh terus direct carilah. You kena ambil like something minus something or something plus something macam tu. You faham kan? You tak boleh direct cari. Sebab tak ada satu formula yang you belajar dekat you punya whole syllabus yang ada untuk cari bentuk-bentuk macam ni. Ini apa? Ini apa? Apa shape ni? Saya pun tak tahu apa nama ini shape. So it's like there's no formula yang boleh direct terus buat untuk cari shape ni. So you kena buat something minus something or something plus something. Tapi macam mana? Okay, so let's observe this diagram. So what if I find the area of whole circle like this? Tak boleh juga. Sebab kalau you cari area of whole circle macam ni, nanti you kena tolak dengan ni. Okay? You kena tolak dengan ni. But what is this? Like how you supposed to find this? You pernah belajar how to, ada tak formula yang you belajar boleh guna formula untuk cari bentuk macam ni? Tak ada satu. There's no formula. There's no formula to find the area of this shape. So I don't think it's a good idea to find the area of whole circle like this. Same with this. If you find the area of whole circle, later you have to minus with this weird shape, and you don't know how to find that, right? So let's not do it like that. Let's do it the other way. So how can we do it? Okay, if I take something minus something doesn't work, why not we try taking something plus something? But how to take something plus something? Okay, I can remove this line. And then I will draw a line like this from here to here. And you will realize very quickly that this is actually a segment. And this is another segment, right? But this segment right here is the segment for the big circle, right? And then the other side will be the segment for the small circle. So this is my plan now. I find the area of segment and then I plus with the other segment. But these two segments is not same size. So you don't tell me like, oh sir, just find satu segment and then darab dua times 2. No, cannot. They are not the same size. You guna mata tengok pun you boleh nampak dah. Dia punya luas tak sama. Okay, satu lagi besar kan. So you have to do it separately. So I have to find area of segment times. No, area of segment tambah area of segment, right? Okay, I will find the area of this segment first, the one yang saya sudah lorek sini. So when you find this, you have to use the big circle, right? So first of all, what's the area of segment formula? Okay, let's talk about area of segment formula. Okay, I'll write here. Okay, the area of segment formula is 1/2 r square theta minus 1/2 r square sin theta. Ini formula untuk area of segment. Okay. Okay, why does it look like this? Is because when you find segment, what you are doing is basically you are taking the area of sector, you cari luas sector, and then minus area of triangle. And the area of sector formula is this one lah, 1/2 r square theta. Tapi kena tolak dengan area of segitiga, right? And the area of segitiga, I will use formula 1/2 AB sin C. But in this case, your A and B is both 11, is both the radius. That's why I terus tulis r square. And then sin C is just sin theta lah. Okay, tapi theta kena dalam degree lah. Alright. Okay, there is a faster way to do it. You can factorize this 1/2 r square theta minus sin theta like this. Okay, so later I will use this formula. Alright. Sebenarnya nak buat yang atas pun boleh, yang bawah pun boleh. Dua-dua ni sama. Sebab yang ini dia datang daripada ni. right? It's just that I should have factorized out lah. So now let's start using the formula 1/2 r square. Okay, for the r of the big circle is 11. For theta minus sin theta, you kena masuk angle sini. Ayo, tapi angle sini tak ada eh. Oh, boleh cari mah. Boleh cari, boleh cari. So let me erase this thing. Okay, remember just now you have the CAD angle. You find it just now. Okay, but let's write in degree. 131 degree. Okay, so I put arrow macam ni. 131 degree, 7 minutes. And do you realize this one is quadrilateral? Okay, dia segi empat, right? So if quadrilateral, what is the total angle inside quadrilateral? 360. So I can treat 360 minus 90 minus 90 minus ini dapatlah sini. So tekan calculator. 360 minus 90 minus 90. And then minus 131 degree 7 minutes. Okay, my answer give me 48 degree 53 minutes. Maksudnya this angle is 48 degree 53 minutes. Tapi saya kena convert jadi degree. Convert jadi radian. Sebab nanti later this data have to masuk in radian one. So how to darab, how to convert times 3.142 over 180. Okay, let's press calculator. Answer times 3.142 divided by 180. Okay, my calculator give me 0.8533. Actually, it's 328 lah. So you round off. So 8533. And the formula is have to take this one minus with sine theta. And for the theta, this one I have to write in degree. 48 degree 53 minutes. Right? So remember, kalau dia ada sin costan depan, the theta mesti kena tulis dalam degree. Okay? But gini, kalau depan dia tak ada sin costan, then this dalam radian lah. So this is how you find the area of this segment. Okay? Tapi belum siap. You kena tambah lagi dengan apa? Okay, so this one I put big bracket. You kena tambah lagi satu big bracket. And this other bracket, you have to find the area of another segment. This red color one. So how to find this red color one? Okay, let me use red color to write. So it'll be 1/2. Okay, this time you are using the small circle. Okay, so what's the radius of small circle? 5 square, and then theta minus sine theta. And the theta, the first theta you have to write is in radian. And then yang belakang tulis dalam degree lah. Okay, dalam degree sudah tahu. 131 degree 7 minute. Dalam radian kena convert kan? Tak payah, you sudah convert tadi. Tengok, 131 sudah convert tadi kan? 2.289. So inilah yang you masuk nanti. So 2.289 tulis dekat sini. Right? Okay, I think I'm done writing everything. Now the only thing left is just press calculator. After you tekan semua, dapatlah jawapan. So later you get something plus something and then dapat final answer lah. Alright, so let me tekan semua ni. Okay, first I will tekan sin 48 degree 53 minute dulu. You tekan yang susah dulu. Okay, sin 48 degree 53 minute. And then tekan equal dulu. Lepas tu tekan 0.8533 tolak answer equal. Lepas tu tekan answer darab 11 square bahagi 2. Okay, 6.0. Okay, right in 4 same figure. 046. Okay, saya sudah round off . Okay, yang ni. I will also tekan yang sin dulu. So sin 131 degree 7 minute equal dulu. Lepas tu 2.289 tolak answer. Lepas tu answer darab 5 square bahagi 2. Okay, my calculator give me 19.19. Tapi 19.20. Because it's 19, the next digit is 5. So I bundarkan lah. Okay, now I use the answer button. Plus with 6.046. Okay, sudah dapat 25.24. Okay, 25.24. Okay, if you use the answer button lah. Okay, but it's normal if your answer is like sikit-sikit tak sama dengan saya. Contoh, kalau you punya dapat 25.25, boleh juga. It's normal because sometimes we use the, sometimes some student they use the answer button, sometimes they don't use the answer button. So it's normal to have a little bit, kalau sikit-sikit tak sama, tak apa. Right? Okay, so inilah dia punya jawapan. Sudah siap? Habis. Okay, I want to do number 7 now. So this is obviously a trigonometry chapter. So later have to use the trigonometry punya formula lah. Okay, prove that 1 plus cos theta equals to sine square over 1 minus cos theta. Okay, for trigonometry question, proving punya soalan, you can choose, you nak start from the left hand side, you nak prove from left hand side jadi right hand side pun boleh, ataupun you nak buktikan proof right hand side jadi left hand side boleh juga. But it's better to start with the more complicated punya side. And in this case, it's better to start with the right hand side. Let me tell you why. Because if you start from left hand side, there's not a lot of things you can do. Because this is cos theta. And cos theta, dia tak ada square. Bila dia tak ada square, you cannot use basic identity. And dia tak ada 2 theta. So you cannot use the double angle formula. So it's like there's nothing much you can do if you start from the left hand side. So it's very difficult to start with the left hand side. But if you start from right hand side, it will be easier because at least you can see there's a square. So at least you can use the basic identity formula, right? So at least you nampak jalan dia, right? You can see the next step already, right? So that's why it's better to start from right hand side. Okay, so sine square, write it down, over 1 minus cos theta. And I will try to equal, try my best to change so that you end up with the left hand side. Okay, first thing first, you can use basic identity. So the 1 minus cos theta, okay, sine square, sine square. Basic identity, the first basic identity formula you learn is this, sine square plus cos square equals 1, right? But if you want sine square only, you pindah lah. So 1 minus cos square, right? So dia jadi 1 minus cos square theta. Okay, yang bawah sini apa? 1 minus cos theta. Tapi belum siap sebab you nak jadi, because you want to try to change so that it jadi 1 plus cos theta. So macam mana nak tukar jadi 1 plus cos theta? Okay, you can see that this thing can factorize. Yeah, 1 minus cos square boleh factorize. Sebab 1 you can also write it as 1 square, right? Because 1 square is also 1, right? So yeah, you can write 1 square like this. And then yang bawah tinggal sama. And kenapa saya buat macam tu? Why I change the 1 to 1 square like this? Because when you have a square minus b square, you can use the factorization identity. Do you remember this? A minus B, A plus B. This is called the factorization identity. When you have A square minus B square, you boleh pecah jadi macam ni. So, kenapa saya buat macam tu? Sebab saya nak factorize. Jadi 1 minus cos theta, 1 plus cos theta. And then over what? 1 minus cos theta. Okay, remember this. When you are doing proving punya soalan, and whenever you sangkut, you always try to factorize. Yeah, most of the time, when student datang tanya saya soalan macam mana nak buat proving, usually they all when I look at their working, I selalu tengok dia dekat tempat yang dia sangkut tu, dia tak factorize. You faham? So whenever you sangkut proving soalan, you try to ask yourself, can you factorize? You try to ask yourself that question, right? And usually the answer is always you can factorize one, right? And you can factorize. And that's how you get to the answer. So boleh potong sekarang, right? Tapi jangan potong lah. Sebab ini soalan jenis proving. Proving, you kena tunjuk jalan kira dia step by step. So you jangan don't miss any step, don't skip, and don't potong anything. Just leave it like this. So just potong in your head. You end up with 1 plus cos theta. Okay, ini dah sama dengan left hand side. So, sudah sama dengan left hand side. So, bolehlah tulis proven. Okay, so you sudah buktikan kepada dia. So, tulis proven. Okay, dah siap. 3 markah. Okay, done. Okay, B. B, they say sketch the graph of trigonometric function ini for the domain 0 until 2 pi. Okay, usually for trigonometric question paper 2, bila dia suruh sketch graph, dia akan, lepas suruh sketch, dia akan suruh cari number of solution. It means after you draw the graph, contoh macam ni, and then dia kena lukis garisan, cari number of solution. Okay, but this state paper tak ada. Ya, tak ada. Ya, dia tak ada. Okay, so it's easier lah. Okay, you just have to sketch and then you get 4 marks already. Tapi macam mana nak sketch? Okay, usually I teach my student don't draw the real one first. Jangan lukis yang the sebenar punya dulu. You testing dulu. You testing sebelah-sebelah. You conteng-conteng. You main-main dulu. Like you try to dapat try to how to say testing first, right? Why you have to testing first? Because you need to know how the shape roughly looks like first. Okay, actually not for the trigonometry question only lah, for the other chapter also, like quadratic pun ada sketching punya soalan, function pun ada soalan macam tu, right? And whenever I teach those sketching question, I always tell my student like try to sketch, I mean like don't draw first, at least try to conteng sebelah dulu, and because you need to know how you need to have a rough idea how it looks like. Okay, you can ada satu because later even if you find all the points correctly, if you join it wrong, the shape is wrong also. So let's try to think about how the shape looks like. So I always teach my student focus on the B. Okay, when I say B, it means this, because your equation look like this, a cos bx plus c, right? So you focus on this B. It means you only look at the cos bx. So if you say cos 2x, what the B means? The B, it means there will be 2 cycle in 360. If the B is 2 lah, it means there will be 2 cycle in 360. It means the period is 180. Period means tempo. Tempo means like you have to complete 1 cycle at 180 lah. Because you want to fit in because there's 2 cycle in 360, right? So let's draw 1 cos graph. And by the time you reach here, it should be 180 already. Okay, and then another one until 360, 2 pi. This is what it means when it says cos 2x. 2 cycle in 360. 360 is 2 pi. And the period is how much? 180. Period means period means like the time taken to reach one cycle, to finish one cycle. And this one is 3 pi over 2. All right. Now we can focus on the -6. Okay, don't forget and don't straight away look at -6. Just look at 6 first. So the 6 here, this is the A, right? And if the A is 6 means the maximum value and the minimum value will be 6 and -6. Okay. What if sini tak ada number? Kalau tak ada number means satu lah. Then you write satu, -1. But if it's 6, it's 6, -6. Right? Okay, but there's one more thing you need to do, which is the negative. Okay, the negative kalau depan you kena terbalikkan. Tapi kalau dia punya negatif dekat belakang sini, you kena turunkan you punya graph. Turun. You have to shift down. Kalau dia minus dekat belakang, contoh macam ni, -3. The cos 2x -3. Then you have to take the whole cos 2x, move down 3 unit. Itu kalau you punya minus dekat belakang. Tapi kalau you punya minus depan sini, then you kena terbalikkan. Okay, let me terbalikkan for you. So terbalikkan means everything will reflect using the x-axis. So when you reflect, it becomes like this. So this line when you reflect looks like this. This line when you reflect look like this. And then this line when you reflect look like this. 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 And then the black color later you erase lah this one. Yang ni you padam. So the red color one, that's the answer. Alright. Tapi saya sudah cakap, this one is just you testing saja. You main-main saja. You testing saja. This is not the real one. So now you draw the real one. Okay, when you draw the real one, now it's easy because you already have this, right? So this will be your guide. See, this thing can guide you now. That's why it's better to apa? Conteng dulu. So this is your guide. So it's x here, 0 here, y here, and I will not have any issues with the point, the potongan later because the potongan everything is here already. So I just what the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 pi. This is pi. This is pi over 2. This is 3 pi over 2. And here we need to use until 6. Here is -6, right? We don't have to write the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No need because there's no points there. Dia tak ada point dekat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you don't need, you only need this. Okay, the point start with here, right? And then naik sini, and let me tell you, this is 45. Yeah, it's 45, right? And then this one is 96. And then turun, which is at here, and then turun sini, and then turun sini, and then when it's 3 pi over 2, it will be at 6. And then turun sini, turun sini. Okay, I want to mention another method. Sebenarnya untuk soalan ni saya ada ajar saya punya student another method, which is you ganti the cos 2x with 0, 1, -1. Okay, and when you ganti masuk you will get all these coordinates, right? It will give you the coordinates, right? But for soalan yang senang, contoh kalau dia tanya y equals 3 sin x macam tu. This type of question is very easy. So you don't need the, like for student yang hebat, dia boleh terus tahu coordinate dia. Okay, you don't need to do all those things, right? So for this question also, I never choose to do all the working like ganti kosong 1, -1 to find all the points. Tapi sebenarnya nak buat boleh juga. It's actually more safe do all those, right? Because you will get the exact coordinate, right? But usually kalau saya punya soalan ada modulus ataupun ada tambah tolak dekat belakang, then I will find the points. Because for those type of graph dia lagi susah. Sebab dia punya bentuk nanti dia jadi sangat you get a very weird shape. So it's very important to get the correct coordinate, right? Okay, but that method I won't do for this question. Okay, because the shape is very easy for this. So I just have to join all the points now. But it has to kena ada shape dia. You tak boleh just simply like join macam ni, like tak boleh. You kena sentuh semua point and dia kena ada curve dia. You jangan buat macam ni. Apa ni? Ini tak boleh. You kena ada curve dia. So it has to look like a course graph. So the course graph is like this. Dia ada curve macam ni kan. And then macam ni. Right? So tengok dia ada curve dekat sini. Right? And then do again. Repeat the same thing. So it looks like this. Right? Okay. So let me make sure dia ada sentuh semua point. Okay, so this is the point, right? Okay, dah siap. Inilah jawapan dia. Y equals -6 cos 2x. And the soalan want you to draw from 0 to 2 pi. So you don't have to erase off anything. Ini memang jawapan dia. So until 2 pi. So dah siap lah ini jawapan dia. Okay, this question this state paper they never choose to ask you the number of solution. So there's nothing like done already. Dah siap. Okay. So 3 marks, 4 marks, 7 marks. Okay, I'll take it. Sudah siap. Okay, now we are tengah masuk bahagian B dah. So bahagian B dia mengandungi 3 soalan. Sorry, Dia mengandungi 4 soalan. Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 8, 9, 10, 11. So got 4 questions lah. They ask you to choose 3 questions, but I will jawab all 4. Yeah, I'll jawab all of it, right? Because I'm doing this for revision purpose, so I will do all of it. Let's go. A, the tangent to the curve each have a gradient 4x minus 5, px minus 3. So this is the what? The tangent. Okay, the tangent. So if this is the tangent, that means the dy dx lah. No, wait. The tangent to the two curve have a gradient. Oh, sorry. The gradient of tangent. So mt lah equals 4x minus 5. And then the other one is also mt equals px minus 3, right? Or you can write dy dx also can. Dy dx and mt is like the same thing. So if you write dy dx is 4x minus 5, it's correct also. It's correct also. Okay, but why got 2 different gradient tangent? Because got 2 different curve. Right? Yeah, got 2 curve. Okay, they say given that the 2 curve intersect at the right angle at 0.23. Okay, I think the question buat salah sini. It's not 2 curve, it's the 2 tangent line. So yeah, so you change a bit lah. I think the soalan silap. Yeah. So they said tangent of the 2 curve, dia punya gradient tangent for 2 curve is this one. And I want you to change the soalan. Given that the 2 tangent line, it means these 2 line, they intersect at the right angle, so 90 degree at 0.23. So if 2 lines 90 degree, maksudnya dia punya M1 times M2 macam mana? It means they are perpendicular, right? Perpendicular. In bahasa Melayu, we call it serenjang. So bila serenjang M1 times M2 equals -1. So it means that this gradient and this gradient darab dapat -1 lah, right? But you cannot straight away ambil ini darab ini dapat -1. You kena ganti nilai X dulu. Because do you remember whenever you do dy dx, your answer will be in terms of X. And if you want to get gradient tangent, you kena ganti masuk nilai X baru dapat gradient tangent. So this empty sebenarnya dia belum empty tau. Dia belum jadi empty lagi sebab dia masih in terms of X. So it's still at the dy dx punya stage. Kalau ni nak jadikan gradient tangent, you have to move on to the next stage and you have to ganti nilai X. Baru dia boleh betul-betul tukar jadi nilai untuk gradient. So you have to masuk nilai X. So dia jadi 4 times X minus 5. The X, dia kata the 2 tangent line intersect at this. So the X is 2. Okay. And then 8 minus 5 is 3. Okay. And then for this also, when you ganti the nilai X, it will be Px minus 3. X is 2. So the gradient is 2P minus 3. And then take this answer and this answer darab dapat -1. Okay. So I'll just write here 3 times with 2P minus 3 equals -1. Kenapa macam tu? Sebab perpendicular. But wait, hold on a minute. Given that the two curve intersect at the right angle, given that the two curve intersect, right? Two. Okay lah, I think I did it correctly. Okay, let's continue. How to find P? Pina 3 dulu lah. Okay, so dia jadi -1/3. And then nak cari P kan? Okay, Pina minus jadi tambah. So -1/3 tambah 3, you can use calculator. You will get 8/3. And then how to find P? Just ambil 8/3 bahagi 2, you dapat 4/3. Okay, you can use your calculator to help you. Okay, kalau you want to take 3 kembang macam ni, darab masuk, can also lah. Same answer. Okay, you get the same answer. Okay, sudah siap. So this is the soalan for the answer for A1. Okay, for A2, I will do it over here. So A2, they say what? Find the equation of curve which have gradient of tangent 4x minus 5. Find equation means find y. Okay, find y. And the gradient tangent, that one is the dy dx. Okay, that's the dy dx. So dy dx equals to what? 4x minus 5. Tapi sekarang dia bukan suruh cari gradient tangent. Dia suruh cari equation. Dia suruh cari y. So, this is after you take the y, you differentiate. Then you get 4x minus 5. But now, I want to cari balik y. So how to do it is you have to integrate this. Okay. So what's the relation between y and dy dx? So the relation is like this. From y to dy dx, you differentiate. Right. So you want to dapat balik, you integrate lah. Okay. Dalam bahasa Melayu, pengameran. You buat pengameran. So bila you kamerkan dy dx, you dapat balik y. So let's do pengameran. So how to do pengameran? Okay. The way I teach my student is actually this d, you can pindah sana. This d stands for differentiate. And when you pindah sana, dia jadi integrate. This is the symbol for integrate. And then 4x minus 5. And then this dx duduk bawah. When you move there, it becomes dia duduk atas lah. Dia jadi macam ni. Right? Okay, ini kamaran tentu or kamaran tak tentu? Definite integral or indefinite integral? Okay, if you are my student, you can answer this. This is indefinite integral. Kamaran tak tentu sebab dia tak ada nilai sini. And kalau dia tak ada nilai sini, nanti you kena tulis plus C. You tahu kan itu Okay, so I hope all of you know that. So now let's start to integrate. So integrate 4x. Okay, when you integrate, you have to take power plus 1 and then bahagi with the power. So it becomes 4x power 1 plus 1 power 2 over 2. This is cara untuk integrate. When you integrate 5, okay, kalau you integrate number saja, you letak x saja. So just letak x saja. Kalau dx letak x lah. Kalau dy letak y. Kalau df letak f. Gantung kepada soalan. Okay, and then tutup bracket plus c. Because this is indefinite integral. Kamaran tak tentu. So you have to write plus c. So now you get your equation. 4 divided 2 is 2x squared minus 5x plus c. But don't stop your answer like this. Dia suruh cari equation. Tapi equation kalau complete punya equation dia tak boleh ada c macam ni kan. Complete punya jawapan, lengkap punya jawapan dia mesti equation, mesti y in terms of x. Maksudnya c tu you kena cari. Tapi macam mana cari? Ganti x dengan y. Tapi dia dah kata dah ada passes through 2, 3 kan. So ganti x 2, y3 dalam sini. So jadi 3 equals 2x squared minus 5x plus c. Because if you want to find c, all you need is the x and y. And you have already. So the x is 2, the y is 3. Okay, now press calculator. 2 square 4, 4 times 2, 8, 8 minus 10, negative 2 plus c, c equals 5. So rewrite the whole thing. Tulis semula y sama dengan 2x square minus 5x plus c. Tapi c sudah dapat 5. So inilah jawapan dia. Okay, sudah siap. Sudah siap. Alright, I want to do B now. So B, I'll do it down here. Diagram 5 shows a part of curve y equals square root x plus 6. Tapi kalau saya akan tukar jadi x plus 6 power 1 over 2. The reason why is because I already know this is a differentiation integration question. And when before you differentiate or integrate, you have to make sure you boleh nampak apa you punya power. So the way I write it in such a way that it's easy for me to do differentiation and integration. That's why I write like this. Okay, the straight line x equals k. Okay, mana? Sini, okay, sudah nampak. So maksudnya sini k lah. Because if this is x equals k, means this is a vertical line. Okay, and this line it will be parallel with the y-axis. And when you baca bawah macam ni, is k lah. And the straight line AC, mana AC? Okay, sini C. And this is also 90 degree. So that means this is also a line that is parallel to y-axis. It's like completely straight punya lah. Okay, so can you tell me what is the y coordinate of C? What's the y coordinate of C? 3 lah. The y coordinate. But the x coordinate, I don't know. But let's find it now lah. How to find? Just ganti je lah y3 dalam sini. And then 3 square is 9, 9 plus 6 is 3. Right? Okay, walaupun soalan tak suruh cari, tapi I cari saja. So this one is 3. Okay? We don't care whether the soalan ada guna ke tak, kita cari saja. Right? Okay, what about this D? Okay, ini tak boleh carilah. Sebab you punya x coordinate K. Maksudnya, K bukan number. Maksudnya you tak tahu x coordinate. Tapi kalau you tahu, you boleh ganti and then cari y coordinate dia. Tapi tak tahu, so biarkan. Okay, and then ada shaded region sini. Lepas tu, apa dia bagi sini? When the shaded region revolve 360 about x-axis, the volume generated is this. Find the value of K. Okay, confirm you have to use the volume formula. So what's the volume formula? Integrate. Okay, ada dua. Pi y square dx ataupun pi x square dy. Tapi nak guna formula yang mana, you kena tengok dia kata revolve which axis. If they say revolve x-axis, confirm you use this one, the dx punya. So later you will use this formula, pi y square dx. But look at your shaded region. Your shaded region, is it in between curve and x-axis? The answer is no. When you want to revolve using x-axis, you have to make sure your shaded region is in between curve and x-axis. This is not in between curve and x-axis. You can see this line is clearly sangat punya. It means later you have to take something minus something ataupun something plus something lah. But for this, you have to take something minus something. Because first you have to, you cannot find this volume straight away. Directly memang tak jadi. Because you can only find when the shaded region is in between curve and x-axis. And when it's in between, the line has to be straight one. They must be straight and it's like, dia tak boleh sangat, right? So the only way to do this is you have to find the volume for the whole thing like this first. This one is possible because these two lines is straight, right? So what I have to do is first I have to find the volume for, okay, let me just do a sketching for you. So this is the line. This is the line, this is the line, this is K, this is 3, and then ada garisan macam ni kan. Tapi you kena cari area untuk semua ni dulu. And then minus with what? Minus with what? Minus with this one 3K, this one other line, minus with this. Okay? Maksudnya you kena integrate dua kali separately and then minus. Okay? This is the only way. This is the only way. You tak ada cara untuk integrate directly because this shaded region is not, how to say, dia tak ada lekat, dia tak lekat dekat x-axis. It's not sticking at the x-axis. It's like, yeah, it's not in between the curve and x-axis, right? You can only find it when it's like this, when the shaded region is like this. Then it's only possible to find. That's why you have to find the whole thing and then minus with this one. It's the only way, right? Okay, so when you write the volume, you have to write integrate this one. Okay, so this one, how to write? It will integrate pi y square dx, but the limit is from 3 to k. So the nombor kecil tulis bawah, nombor besar tulis atas, right? Okay, minus with this. Okay, this one you can use integration method, can also, but there is a faster way to do it. You can use the volume of cone formula, and let me show you how. Because later you have to revolve 360 about x-axis, right? So this region is this red color region. You agree, right? When you revolve this region red color using the x-axis, you get a shape like this. Okay, you can imagine it, right? Because the shape is like a triangle, ma. So if you rotate really fast on the x-axis, you end up getting a cone, right? That is why you can use volume of cone formula. And what's the volume of cone formula? Do you know? All right, if you don't know, make sure you know now, because this thing is important in your maths. Okay, in your MS important also lah, but in your maths like lagi penting. So it's the 1/3 pi r square h. Ataupun kalau you belajar dalam bahasa Melayu 1/3 pi j square t, sama sajalah. Okay, so how to find volume of cone? This formula. So 1/3 pi r square h, right? This is how I do it. Tapi sebenarnya kalau you nak guna integration punya cara pun boleh. If you want to use integration method can also, but you need to get this equation lah. Because you are integrating this line towards x-axis, right? So you have to get the equation of this line, and they never give you. Okay, they never give you. But can also lah. But banyak kerja sikit lah. You have to do a lot of things. That's why I never choose to do it like that. This method is faster. Okay. All right. What's the radius of the cone? You don't tell me k. You don't tell me k. No, 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 no. The cone punya radius will be here to here. The panjang from here to here, and the panjang here is 3. Okay, because the y coordinate is 3. Right. So the radius is 3. And what about the x coordinate? The x coordinate is k minus 3. Okay. I mean the height of the cone lah. The radius of cone is 3 like this, and then the height of the cone is from here to here, which is k minus 3 lah. Because k is the panjang from here to here, so you have to tolak, you have to minus with this one because you don't want this, so k minus 3 lah, right? Okay, one thing I want to mention. Do you remember just now I find this 0.33 in the beginning? Like first I already cari already. Like even before I read this part, I already find it. And just now I said what? I find this point because even though I don't know whether the question ada guna ke tak, I just cari, right? But did you see now it ends up helping me? Because if I didn't find this point, then I don't know that then I won't know that the height of the radius of cone is 3, right? So can you see it ends up helping me? So so what I want to sampaikan to you is I need you to, when you nampak boleh cari apa-apa point, you cari je. You jangan cakap sir soalan tak suruh cari. You biar we don't care whether the soalan ada suruh cari ke tak. Bila you nampak boleh cari, you cari je. Right? It will ends up helping you. Okay, sekarang kita boleh sambung dah. So pi boleh letak depan and then integrate 3k. Okay, sini tinggal y square. But this one have to masuk equation curve. Right? Curve. So curve is this one. Y equals square root x plus 6. Square root x plus 6. Tapi saya mau y square. Ini y. Okay, senang saja. You letak bracket square and then dalam masuk y lah. So masuk square root x plus 6. Right? But later the square root and square can cut. Because square root is power 1/2. And when you take power 1/2, power 2 boleh potong. Because 1/2 times 2 is 1. So that's why nanti dia jadi integrate apa. So nanti dia jadi integrate, pi integrate 3k and then x plus 6 and then dx lah. Right? And then now we can integrate. Integrate x will be x power 2/2. Because when you integrate, power kena plus 1. And then integrate number 6, letak x saja. And then this one is k3. And then now have to letak pi. Okay, dalam tak boleh buat dah. Tak boleh simplify already. So tak boleh simplify, boleh ganti k dengan 3 masuk lah. But when you ganti, you will get 2 bracket. And then tengah-tengah minus. Okay, when you ganti k dalam x, jadi apa? K square over 2 plus 6k. When you ganti 3, 3 square is 9, so 9/2 plus 6 times x, 6 times 3, 18. So you end up with pi. Okay, the k square over 2 plus 6k tak boleh buat. So tulis je. And then minus, okay, 9/2 plus 80 boleh tekan kan? So tekan dulu. Okay, my calculator give me 45/2. So tulis je lah. 45/2 and then bracket. Right? Okay, I think ini tak boleh buat dah. You sudah sangkut dekat sini. Sebab K square dengan ini K square, ini K, ini number, so memang tak boleh buat. So I think I have to continue. I kena buat yang belakang sini lah. Okay, yang belakang sini is for the volume of cone. So macam mana nak darab ni? Okay, 3 square boleh buat kan? 3 square is 9. Tapi 9 bahagi 3, tinggal 3 saja. So you just end up with 3 pi darab K minus 3. Sebab ni 3 dengan square boleh potong lah. And then when you darab masuk, dia jadi 3 pi K minus 9. But be careful lah. The bracket have to write. Because if you tak tulis bracket ni, nanti you ingat ini minus 9. Tapi sebenarnya plus 9. Because this minus minus nanti jadi plus. Okay. Alright. So I will straight away tulis dekat bawah sini. So jadi 3 pi K plus 9. Plus plus. Betul lah. Betul lah. Okay. Let me think. 3 pi K. Wait. 3 pi K minus 9 pi lah. 9 pi. Wait. I think it's better if I don't darab the pi. Ya, saya rasa pi ni kalau I think it's better kalau you jangan kembang. Yeah, it's better. Okay, so let me change the way I write. So instead of the pi I tak mau darab masuk. I just darab 3 je. So dia jadi 3K minus 3 macam ni. Right? And then bila you kembang, nanti sini jadi apa? Okay, jangan kembang. So it's become like this. Negative pi and then 3K minus 3. Okay? Tapi kena ada bracket lah. Okay? It means I never choose to kembang lah. Because if I kembang later, here become plus 3 pi already. But it's okay. Okay, now I finish already. But don't forget, they got give us the volume answer. 42 1 over 2, right? 42 1 over 2 pi. It means I can take this whole thing equals to 42 1 over 2 pi. But you convert this to the improper fraction. How to convert? Take 2 times 42 plus 1. Because usually I don't like when it's mixed number. So you convert to proper 2 times 42 plus 1. Okay, I'll get 85 over 2 pi. It means that this whole thing had equals to 85 over 2 pi. Okay, because that's the volume yang dia bagi jawapan. And the volume jawapan yang saya dapat is this one. So I'll take the whole thing equals to this, right? And then you will understand why I tak mau darab the pi. Okay, K square over 6 plus 6K minus 45 over 2 minus pi 3K minus 3. Okay, sekarang saya nak explain kenapa saya tak ambil pi ni kembang masuk. Okay, the reason is because I see that this pi and this pi boleh potong. Okay, in other words, you are taking the whole thing divide pi. It means that this one divide pi sudah potong hilang, this one also hilang, this one also hilang. So you just end up with K square over 6 plus 6K minus 45 over 2 minus 3K. Okay, but this one be careful it become plus 3. Okay, you know why, right? Because it's like jap. Oh my god, I bought salah again. Ayo, this one is 3K minus 9. I'm so sorry. This one is 3 darab masuk mah. It means the pi I never choose to darab. I take 3 saja yang darab. So it should be 3K minus 9. Sorry. So this should be 3K minus 9. Okay. And then this should be 3K plus 9. Yeah, because okay. So yang ni salah. So this one should be pi and then 3K minus 9, right? And then when you bahagi pi, you tinggal minus 3K plus 9. Why plus? Because you terus, because pi ni sudah potong, and also the negative you terus kembang masuk, you terus buka bracket, so jadi macam ni, and then equals to 85 over 2, right? Okay, but I do want to mention one thing. Sebenarnya kalau you nak ambil pi ni darab kembang masuk, can also. But you end up with sini ada pi, 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 and then the 85 over 2 pun ada pi, and then when you take the whole thing bahagi pi, you will end up with the same thing here. Okay, so sebenarnya sama je lah. Okay, now we can find K. So how to find? Okay, I can see that some of these have unknown, right? Oh, one more thing. This one is K squared over 2. I make another careless mistake. This one is K squared over 2, right? Why suddenly I write 6 here? Are you? So that 2 ma, here 2, Okay, so this should be 2, this should be 2. Okay, so I can see that my equation here, other fraction, right? Over 2, over 2, over 2. So macam mana nak matikan 2? How to hilangkan? How to get rid of the fraction? Just take everything times 2 lah. Because when you do that, you will get rid of the fraction, and then when dia tak ada fraction, is easier. It's easy to pindah when dia tak ada fraction. So, okay, so darab 2, tinggal K square times 2, 12K, times 2 minus 45, times 2 negative 6K, times 2 plus 9, times 2, plus 18 lah. Okay, plus 18. And then times 2, 85. Because when this one times 2, the 2 cut already, right? Okay, now you left with this. Oh, other square. So other square means quadratic. So everything on one side equals 0. So k square. Okay, 12k minus 6k. K dengan k boleh buat. 12 minus 6 is plus 6k. And then number dengan number boleh buat. So macam mana tekan? Negative 45 plus 18. And then minus 85. Okay. Okay, my calculator give me negative 112. Alright. Okay, you understand right why I have to minus 85? Because ini pindah sini. Okay, sekarang kita boleh tekan calculator, masukkan ABC, and then you will get our two answer for K. So let's press. Polynomial degree 2, the A is 1, B is 6, C is negative 112. Okay, my calculator give me 8 and negative 14. Right? That means my K answer ada dua jawapan, K8, K negative. But you have to kosong satu baris, right? Bracket sini, and then you have to pindah balik. It means you have to do it in reverse, pindah balik. So jadi K minus 8 equals 0, K equals 8. And then K pindah balik, K plus 14 equals 0, K equals negative 14. Okay, can we reject one of the answer? Okay, let's go back to the question and see whether it has two answer or one answer. So if you look at here, the K is this value right here. So definitely, this K will be a positive answer and it will be bigger than 3 because it's lagi jauh, it's further away from 0. Okay, because this is 3, right? So K is like lagi jauh, it's further from the 0. So K is definitely a positive value and it has to be bigger than 3. So which answer bigger than 3? 8 lah. So this one confirm wrong, rejected. So the only K answer that we take here is this. Ini jawapan final dia. Okay, I hope you understand my explanation and that's all, right? Sudah siap. Okay. Okay, I want to do number 9. Okay, 9A I'll write here. Okay, point S move. Okay, the moment I see this word, I know this is a locus question and I know this is coordinate geometry. Form 4 bab 7. Bab 7 or bab 6? Bab 7, I think. Yeah, bab 7 coordinate geometry. And this is under locus, right? Because moving point. Okay, point S move along the circumference of circle with center P. Okay, so this is the center coordinate. The circumference of a circle passes through point Q and R. So these 2 points also somewhere somewhere on the side of circle. And then A1, they say find equation of locus of point S. Okay, if I am you, I will draw it out. Okay, actually you nak terus buat boleh juga. Tapi kalau saya terus buat, saya takut nanti you tak faham, right? So because I'm doing this to help you revision, to help you understand. So if I do it myself, of course I can do it very fast. I can finish it in 1 minute. Okay, I can do it very fast. But I'm not here to improve myself. I'm here to help you improve. So I want to explain everything. So I will explain. I will draw it out so that it's easy for you to imagine. I can imagine it, but maybe some of you weak students you cannot. So I will explain by drawing it out like this. Okay, point S move along circumference. It means the point S coordinate is a XY. So later I will let my point S will be XY because S is a moving point. Dia point yang bergerak. Bila dia point yang bergerak, dia punya point akan jadi XY. Sebab you punya points gerak mah. So when gerak means dia punya point tak tetap. It's not a fixed coordinate. So it will keep on changing. So that's why it's XY. And then it say move along circumference. Circumference means inilah. Dalam bahasa Melayu is lilitan. What is lilitan? Lilitan means the circle punya side lah. Maksudnya dia this line yang tepi ni kita panggil dia circumference, the lilitan. And then the center of circle is P. Okay, so ini center dia negative 1, 3. And then it says the circumference of a circle passes through this point and this point. So circumference saya sudah cakap is the side of the circle but they say passes through Q and R also. So the Q and R will be somewhere here lah. But where? Where you want to put it? Cincai lah, letak mana-mana boleh. Just okay, let's say I letak sini Q30 and then R I letak sini negative 4M. Okay? But you can letak anywhere you want. Just make sure it's along the circle. Sebab ini diagram tak ada markah. Ini lukisan tak ada markah. Ini saya lukis untuk supaya senang nak imagine saja. You just drawing this so that it's easy for us to imagine. Okay, it's not okay. Your drawing is correct or wrong. Cantik ke tak cantik itu semua tak penting, right? It's fine if your diagram is wrong. It's not important. Okay, we are just drawing it so that it's easy for us to understand. Okay, sekarang kita boleh buat A1, find the equation of locus of point S. It means dia nak cari equation of circle. Okay, let me tell you how to find equation of circle. The cara is you have to use the distance formula. Contoh, kalau ini circle, saya bagi center 1, 2. And saya bagi radius dia 5 unit. And I call this point A. And okay, how to find equation of circle? cara dia, you guna distance formula. So distance is 5. The distance is always 5, right? But the distance formula, you kena masuk 2 point kan. Satu point you masuk center punya coordinate, satu lagi point you masuk XY. Okay, because you anggap dia XY sebab dia moving along the circle, right? It means you jadikan point S. You jadikan satu point XY. And then later formula sini nanti you masuk formula dia lah, X minus 1, Y minus 2. And then you buat ni semua, you dapat jawapan. Maksudnya, in other words, when you find equation of circle, you need two information, right? You need two information. You need the center coordinate and you need the radius. Without these two things, you can't find the equation of circle. I repeat, you need the center coordinate and the radius, because radius is the distance answer. And if you don't have these two things, you can't find it. Now answer me. Do I have these two information? Do I have these two things in this question? The answer is no. I only have the center coordinate. I don't have the radius. I don't have the the radius, right? The distance between the center to the side of circle, I don't have. So I need to find the radius first. It means I cannot find my equation circle now. It's not enough information. So how to find the equation of circle now? So I need to find radius first lah. So how? Okay, the radius will be the panjang from here to here. But we need to know exactly berapa unit dulu. And I don't know. So how? Okay, you can use the distance of PQ. Because Q is also another point that is on the circumference. It's also on the side of circle. And panjang sini nanti mesti sama dengan panjang sini. Confirm ah. Sebab dia radius confirm sama. What about P to R? Same also, the panjang also sama also. But I will not use P to R to find the jarak because point R tak lengkap. So if you use point R nanti, bila you cari jarak nanti, you tak dapat jarak dia. You need to know exactly berapa unit. So I should use jarak PQ to find the radius. So sini saya tulis radius. And I will use the distance formula, square root bracket square plus bracket square. Sini masuk X minus X, sini masuk Y minus Y. But I will use the point P, point Q to find the radius, right? So the formula will be X minus X, so -1 minus 3, and then 3 minus 0. Okay, but after you find the radius, you have to use the distance formula one more time to find the equation circle. Okay, square root -1 minus 3, -4 square 16 plus 3 square 9 square root 25, which is 5. Maksudnya you sudah tahu jejari dia, radius dia 5 units. So this is 5 also. If you tarik here also 5 also. Yeah, why all same is because all radius. Semua jejari. Okay, now I have to do one more time the distance formula to find the equation of circle. But this time you can find it already because you have the center coordinate, which is P -1, 3, and you have the radius, which is 5. And the moving point in this case is point S. And later you must X, Y. So now how to find equation of circle? You use the distance formula. So the distance equals to what? Has to maintain at 5 units, right? And the distance is distance of SP lah. You use here when you muscle the formula square root bracket square plus bracket square, you'll be using the two coordinate SP. Okay, it means the distance of SP is always fixed at 5 units. You always maintain 5 units. Okay, point S is a moving point. So the distance always 5. Formula is X minus X, so X minus -1, X plus 1, Y minus Y, Y minus 3. Okay, sampai sini, you dah boleh cari equation circle dah. Tapi you gonna pindah square root sana, jadi square 5 square 25, and this whole thing can expand. Okay, the correct method to expand this is X square, and then X times 1 times 2, which is 2X, and then 1 square, which is 1. Same thing here, Y square, and then Y times -3 times 2, which is -3Y times 2, -6Y, -3 square plus 9. Okay, now you just have to arrange. Now, then you will get your equation circle. Okay, when you arrange, you will write X square first. Next thing, followed by Y square, followed by X plus 2X, followed by Y -6Y, followed by the number. So the number is 1 plus 9, 10 minus 25 minus 15. All right, this is your answer. So this is how equation of circle looks like. Bila dia ada X square, Y square, X, Y number, then it's a circle. When you see got X square, Y square, that means it's a circle. All right, done. This is the answer for A1. Okay, for A2, find the values of M. Okay, the values of M, mana M? Okay, M is actually the point R punya Y coordinate, right? The point R punya Y coordinate. So how can we find the point R punya Y coordinate? Okay, first you use the distance again. They already say the distance from, okay, here to here is 5, here to here 5, here to here 5 also, right? It means later you, what distance PR formula equals 5 lah. Walaupun you tak ada M, tak apa. Sebab you ada jawapan dia 5. So I'll just write here distance of PR equals 5, right? So what's the formula for distance? Use the distance formula again. Square root bracket square bracket square. Okay, what's the PR punya coordinate? So formula dia x minus x, y minus y. So let's say I take -4 minus -1. So -4 plus 1. And then y minus y, so m minus 3. Tapi sir, saya tak ada m. Tak apa. You ada jawapan mah. You ada jawapan 5. So nanti boleh pindah. Right? Okay, now you can find m. Just buat yang ni dulu. -4 plus 1, -3 square is positive 9 plus m minus 3 square. Okay, this one kalau you expand, you dapat m square minus 6m plus 9. But it's better if you don't expand. Okay, it's better if you don't expand. Tapi sebenarnya expand boleh juga. Ya, tapi kalau you expand you dapat kuadratik lah. And then nanti you kena tekan ABC dalam kalkulator. Tapi jawapan sama, boleh juga. But I will do it without kembang. Okay, square root boleh buang sana. Jadi 5 square 25. Okay, saya takkan kembang. I will leave it like this. So 25 minus 9, 16. Okay, sekarang you faham tak kenapa saya tak kembang? Now you understand, right? Why I don't expand. Because I can pindah the square like this. But when you pindah square, ada dua jawapan. Plus minus square root 16. So dia jadi m minus 3 equals 4. The other answer is -4. Because square root 16 ada dua jawapan. Positive 4, -4. So now you end up with two answers here. M equals to 4 plus 3, 7. M equals to -4 plus 3, -1. So that's why I didn't expand. Because I know I can do it like this, right? But if you expand, can also. You end up with m square minus 6m plus 9 equals 16. And then pindah ini jadi m square minus 6m minus 9 minus 16. 9 minus 16 is -7. And then you press the ABC in your calculator. And believe me, dia bagi ni juga. Yeah, same answer one. Okay. So if you want to do like that, can also, right? Feel free to do it like that if you want. Okay, sudah siap. Dia suruh cari M kan? But I don't think this question you can reject any of the answer. Yeah, because the M we don't know the location, right? This M I cincai letak saja. Do you remember this point just now? I main letak saja. Yeah, because the soalan tak bagi diagram. So I just cincai letak. So the M ada dua possible answer lah. So dua-dua kena ambil. Dua-dua jawapan tu kena tulis. Tak boleh reject. Okay, soalan B I do it here. Let's read. The tangent to circle at point Q cuts the y-axis at point T. Find the area of PQT. Okay, this is coordinate geometry. When you learn about area in coordinate geometry, the formula is you will take 1/2 modulus and you masukkan all the coordinate for the bucu, for the vertices, for the triangle dalam sini. So this one is area of triangle PQT. So obviously nanti dalam sini you kena masuk coordinate P, Q and T. But you have to make sure you have coordinate PQT dulu. Kalau you tak ada tiga-tiga coordinate ni, you tak dapat cari ni. So ada tak coordinate PQ? P sudah ada, mana? -1, 3. Q punya coordinate pun sudah ada, 3, 0. Tapi T punya coordinate tak ada. And they mention here, the tangent to the circle point Q cuts y-axis at point T. So I think I need to find point T first. Okay, let's read again. Tangent to circle at Q cuts y-axis at point T. It means point T is a y-intercept lah. It means later your point T, the x coordinate will be 0. Because dia kata cut y-axis at point T. Maksudnya point T ni adalah y-intercept. And bila dia y-intercept, dia punya x kosong. Tapi dia punya y coordinate berapa? Tak tahu. Okay, let's see. Tangent to circle at point Q. Tangent to circle at point Q. Okay, let's go to the circle. Tangent to circle. Okay, let's draw a tangent line. Okay. This is the advantage of drawing the diagram. So inilah you punya advantage bila you lukis diagram. Sebab kalau you lukis, you boleh senang imagine. Imagine kalau you tak lukis ni, mesti susah untuk you buat soalan ni sebab you tak dapat imagine, right? That's why I always lukis, right? Okay, so draw a tangent line, but tangent means what? Tangent means dia punya garisan sentuh circle dekat satu point saja. It touches at one point. And they say it touches at point Q. And do you know that whenever you tarik center to tangent, you will get 90 degree? Yeah, it's always like that one. When you tarik from center circle, tarik to any tangent point, it will always be 90, right? Okay, so tell me now, how to find point T? They said that the tangent to the circle at point Q, it means this line, this tangent line. Dia punya y-intercept is point T. So how to find? First, you cari the equation of this tangent line lah. Because when you find the equation of tangent line, then you will know your y-intercept lah, right? But the problem is how to get the equation of this tangent line. Okay, bila cari equation of straight line, you will use this formula y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. Ataupun you nak guna y equal mx plus c punya cara pun boleh, right? Okay, but usually in Addmaths we use this formula. Alright, so how can we use this formula? Okay, before you use this formula, we need to have the gradient of the line. And also we need to have x1, y1, which is the coordinate. Okay, the coordinate later I can use 3, 0. Because dia ada passes through 3, 0. So boleh guna 3, 0. Tapi gradient for this tangent line tak ada. So macam mana? Okay, tak apa. Kan you dah tahu sini 90 degree. So kalau sini 90 degree, maksudnya this line punya gradient and this line punya gradient, darab dapat -1. So it means I can find the gradient of PQ first. Okay, and then use the M1 times M2 -1 formula to find the gradient of this line. So that's the plan now. Find gradient of PQ first, right? Gradient of PQ first. Can you see how I break it down? The soalan asked to find area of PQT, right? But how I break it down step by step, I break it down and then I realize, oh, I need to find gradient of PQ first, and then baru cari gradient sini, and then baru cari equation, and then baru ganti X kosong, and then baru cari point T, and then baru cari area. So this is like you break down the steps, right? Because you can't find it directly. Okay, so now how to find gradient of PQ? Gradient formula is Y minus Y bahagi X minus X. So you boleh ambil 3 minus 0 bahagi -1 minus 3. 3 minus 0 bahagi -1 minus 3. Okay, the answer is 3 over -4. Tapi ini gradient PQ maksudnya ini M1 -3 over 4. So what is the M2? Okay, remember when two lines are perpendicular, dia punya gradient darab dapat -1. So the M2 will be -1 bahagi dengan ni. Right? Okay, for those who don't understand why is it like that, is because when two lines are perpendicular, the M1 times M2 equals negative. I write here lah. So when two lines perpendicular, M1 times M2 equals -1, right? And if the M1 sudah ada -3 over 4, so how to find the M2? Just ambil -1 bahagi bahagi dengan this. So that's why it's like this, right? Okay, when you take negative bahagi negative, you get positive. And then 1 bahagi 3 over 4 is 4 over 3. Okay, you can use your calculator. Or for my student, I usually teach them the shortcut. Like you just terbalik and tukar tanda. Like -3 over 4 terbalik jadi 4 over 3, tukar tanda jadi positive, right? Okay lah, can also lah. You want to use calculator, sama juga. Okay, after you find gradient is still not enough. You need to the equation, because later you have to find the y-intercept of this line, right? Because later point T is the y-intercept of this line. So macam mana cari equation? Now you use this formula, y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. So y minus y equals to gradient x minus x. Gradient masuk 4 over 3 lah. Tapi x1, y1 kena ganti point coordinate yang ada passes through. Yang tangent line ada passes through, because you are finding the equation of this tangent line. So the only point yang you boleh guna is 3, 0. So nanti you masuk formula, dia jadi y minus y. So y minus y, okay, what's the y coordinate? 0. So nanti dia jadi y minus 0, x minus 3. So y minus y minus 0, and then x minus 3. Okay, now you can find the equation. Okay, y minus 0 tak payah buat. Y minus 0 is y. And then 4 over 3x, just kembang je lah. So dapat macam ni. 4 over 3 times x is 4 over 3x. 4 over 3 times 3, potong-potong tinggal 4. Belum siap lagi, ini hanya equation of tangent line. Remember, I'm trying to find point T. Point T is the y-intercept of this line. So, bila y-intercept, awak boleh ganti x kosong, right? Because that's how you find y-intercept. If you want to find y-intercept, x equals 0. If you want to find x-intercept, y equals 0. So, when x equals 0, my y is -4. Because if you ganti 0 here, 0 times 4 is 0. So, it end up with this. So, now I know my point T is 0, -4. Right? Because point T is the y-intercept. That's why the x is 0. Now, only I find the area of PQT. Sekarang baru kita buat kehendak soalan. Because without this, you can't find the area of PQT, right? So, sekarang boleh cari dah. So, formula 1 over 2 modulus, masuk semua coordinate P, Q, and T. Okay, P coordinate, let's find it. Where is coordinate P? -1, 3. Okay, tulis saja. And then coordinate for Q, tulis atas bawah macam ni. Okay, coordinate Q, what is it? 3, 0, okay. And then the last coordinate is PQT, right? So T is 0, -4. And before you tutup modulus, you have to repeat the first one. Because that's the formula. Dia punya formula memang macam ni. Okay, sekarang kita boleh start darab. Tapi bila darab, kena start dari atas and then darab silang. Right? Darab sengit macam ni. So, -1 times 0, 0. 0 tak payah tulis. Tambah 3 times -4, -12. Tambah 0 times 3, 0. Okay, 0 tak payah tulis. So, just biarkan. And then minus. Right? Why suddenly minus? Is because you change direction. Okay, 3 times 3, 9. So, tulis 9 lah. And then minus. The minus tulis siap-siap. 0 times 0, 0. Okay, 0 tak payah tulis. And then minus -4 times -1, +4. Alright, so like this. Okay, now you end up with 1 over 2. Okay, ini kalau tekan dapat -25. And bila you modulus, jadi +25. And then bahagi 2 is 25 over 2. And make sure you write unit square. Sebab ini area kan. Alright, so this is the answer. Okay, if you want to write in decimal can also. It will be 12.5. Okay, so let me just double check something. So yeah, they want to find area of PQT. So yeah, this is the answer. 25 over 2 unit square. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, let's continue with question number 10. Okay, this is probability distribution, right? So I think I'll write the working up here. All right, when we are doing probability distribution question, first thing is we have to figure out whether it's a binomial distribution or normal distribution. If it's binomial distribution, then you will use the four formulas you learn in binomial. Okay, and if it's a normal distribution, you have to use the Z value table, right? Okay, let's read the question first. So it says here, the durian is chosen randomly from several baskets. The probability that a rotten durian chosen is 0.1. So that's the information. So I'll write down here, probability of rotten is 0.1. And when they give you probability, you can always find the other probability, which is the probability of not rotten, right? And how to get it is take 1 minus 0.1, which is 0.9, right? Okay, and then what else? Find the standard deviation of the number of good durians in a sample of 500 durians. So 500 is the n lah. Okay, I think we already know whether this is binomial or normal distribution, right? So it's very clear to me that this is binomial distribution soalan. Because if it's a normal distribution, you would see the word normal in the question, right? So you never see the word normal here. That means this is not a normal distribution and you will not need the Z value table for part A. You just need, because this is binomial distribution. And which formula you will use to solve this question? The standard deviation formula. Okay, the standard deviation formula is square root NPQ, right? This is the formula, right? And you already have everything you need. The n is 500. Okay, the p will be probability of success. And if you want to know which one is probability of success, you will look at the last baris. If you look at the last baris here, it says find standard deviation of number of good durians. It means the probability of success is the probability of good durian, which is 0.9 lah. Because good durian means the durian that is not rotten. And then Q will be the 0.1. This is how you find the standard deviation. But actually, even if you terbalik tulis the 0.9, 0.1, you will get the same answer also. All right. But still, I want you all to learn how to determine siapa success, siapa failure. Sebab itu penting juga, right? Okay, so, but for this question, because the standard deviation formula is like, even if you mess up the PQ, you will still get the same lah. But you have to still learn how to determine. Okay, if you press calculator, you will get 6.708. And that is the answer, right? Okay, done. This is the part A, right? Okay, now let's do part B. So part B, I think high chance will be normal distribution already, right? Because just now part A is binomial, right? Okay, let's read. An orchard has produced mangosteen, okay? Table 1 shows the grade of mangosteen according the mass below that will be exported to another country. So if your grade A mangosteen, the mass has to be more than 300 gram, then it's considered grade A. If the mass is in between 200 and 300 gram, then it's grade B. If it's in between K and 200 gram, then it's grade C. And it says here, the mass of mangosteen that produced in an orchard is normally distributed. So you see the word normal. So later, this is a normal distribution, and you have to use the Z value table to this question lah. Okay, it said with a mean of 260 and standard deviation 35. All right, in normal distribution question, if they give you mean and standard deviation, then it's for you to change to Z later. So the mean is 260, the standard deviation is 35, and later you need these two to change to Z, right? The reason why they give you this is because they want you to change to Z. So number one, if a mangosteen is chosen, calculate the probability that the mangosteen is grade A. So you are finding the probability for mass, X represents mass, more than 300 lah, because grade A means the mass has to be more than 300. Okay, if you want to use the Z value table, you first need to convert to Z value first. And the formula is you take the X, which is 300, minus mean, divide standard deviation 35, right? And if you press this, you will get the Z value. So let's press negative 40 divided 35. So you will get positive. Okay, I know your calculator give you like a lot of decimal place, but you should only write 3 decimal place. So it's 1.143. Let me tell you why only 3 decimal place. Because later this one you have to butcher your Z value table. And if you butcher your Z value table, here they will write Z, right? It means this is the Z value. And this is for you to butcher the first decimal place. This one is the second decimal place. This one is the third decimal place. It means if you have the Z value, the Z value can only baca sampai 3 decimal place saja, right? Kalau you baca dari luar lah. Kalau you ada baca dari luar, if you have the Z value, right? And okay, so that is why this one you write in 3 decimal place, right? So later you kena baca dari luar, you cari 1.1, you cari 4, you cari 3 sini. And then get these two values, and then you will get the answer here, right? So now let's go to the Z value table and cari 1.143, but you have to baca dari luar because you are finding the probability now, right? Your probability answer will be here, right? And the 1.143 is the Z value. So let's go to the Z value table. and cari 1.143. Okay, tapi tengok dari luar. Alright, so here's my Z value table, and this is Z value, right? So I have to baca dari luar. So 1.1 is here, 4 is here, 3 is here. So now you understand why I asked you to write 3 decimal place. So if you tarik like this, if you tarik like this is the one, right? And then 3, you tarik like this, and then this one 3, so it will be like this, right? So 6. So now you have to take this one minus tolak this one, right? So what is this? 0.1271, right? And then have to minus 6. But you minus 6 dekat belakang macam ni. It means you only take the last two digit divide minus 6. Last two digit is 71 minus 6. So my calculator give me 65. It means your answer is 0.1265. That's what it means. So this is the probability answer. Okay, or you can say the area lah. Probability and area is the same thing. Okay, so let's go to the answer space and write this answer 0.1265. Okay, so let's where is it? Okay, so it's here. So the probability is 0.1265. And what the question wants you to find? Probability, right? So sudah siap, ini jawapan dia, right? So this is the probability of grade A mangosteen. Now what about question 2? A basket has 600 mangosteen. Estimate the number of mangosteen of grade B. Okay, this question they never ask to find probability. They ask you to find number, bilangan, right? But you want to find number, you need to have the probability first, right? And then after you get the probability for grade B, you use this formula. PA equals NA over NS, right? And the A, okay, the A can represent whatever, right? So for example, probability of boy, then the formula will be number of boy divide total lah, and S is total. If the A represents girl, then it will be probability of girl equals to number of girl divide total. If the A is like red color, then it will be probability of red equals the number of red color divide total, right? But in this case, the A will represent the grade B. So the probability of grade B will be the number of grade B divide total, right? And the 600 they give you, now you understand why they give you the 600, right? Because the 600 is the NS, right? And you are trying to find the NA, which is the number of grade B. But in order to do that, you need to have this and this first. You need to have the NS, okay, you already have 600, but you need to have the probability of grade B. Then only you can times with the NS later. So my job now is to find the probability of grade B. Okay, but you have to use the Z value table later. So let's look at grade B. What is the mass in between 200 and 300? Oh, and by the way, in normal distribution, this line is not important. This line, it will not affect the answer, right? So yeah, just want to point that out lah. So this line is like not, like don't have to worry about it. Okay, so 200, convert to Z first. So 200 minus mean 260 divide 35. This is how you change to Z. And then the X, just write Z now. And then the 300, you don't have to convert already. Just now you convert already. So you just write 1.143. So now you just have to press this. 200 minus 260 is negative 60. Divide 35. All right, my calculator give me, okay, write in 3 decimal place. So negative 1.714. Negative. All right, and don't forget here, the symbol is like this, and then Z, and then 1.143. All right. Okay, now what you have to do? Now you have to lukis. Yeah, you have to draw. You have to lukis. So when you lukis, you will lukis a bell shape, right? And now your Z, your, how to say? Your region is in between negative 1.74 and 1.13. So negative is somewhere here lah, on the left side because it's negative. Positive is somewhere on the right side like this. And your Z is in between. It means you are trying to find the probability, or you can say the area of this shaded region, right? Okay, the way I teach my student is if your shaded region other cross over to the other side of the axis, you will take 1 minus. This is how I teach my student, right? So you can see that your shaded region sudah potong you punya y-axis, right? So what you have to do, ambil 1 minus. 1, why ambil 1 minus? Because 1 is the total area for the whole thing. So you minus with yang you tak mau lah. Yang you tak mau is this one and this one, right? So how to write down the left side yang you tak mau? That will be PZ smaller than negative 1.714, right? Okay, why you find the smaller? Because you want to minus. If you tak mau one, you don't want that. That's why you want to find it. So you can take 1 minus it, right? Same thing with the right side here. You don't want it. That's why you are finding it, so that you can minus it, right? And the part you don't want here is bigger, right? You bigger. So when you take one total area minus this one, you get the remaining. That's the answer lah. All right. Now tell me, can I baca the jadual? Okay. you can only baca when it's Z bigger positive. This one is smaller negative. So what you have to do is, okay, smaller negative sebenarnya boleh tukar jadi bigger positive, right? This is how I teach my student. Smaller negative boleh tukar jadi bigger positive because this bell shape is symmetrical. So if I want to find the probability ataupun the area for smaller negative, negative 1.714 is the same as finding PZ bigger than 1.714. Yeah, because it's symmetrical, right? Just remember smaller negative can change to bigger positive. That's all. You just remember that and it's good enough, right? Okay, so tapi hanya smaller negative boleh tukar. Okay. All right. The other one. This one is already Z bigger positive already. So you don't have to do anything. You can straight away baca jadual. Go to the Z value table and baca. But you already baca just now, right? So why not you just tiru from here 0.1265, right? If you want to baca again, can also lah. You will get the same also. So why waste your time, right? Just write down the answer. Okay. Now the finally I can baca this one lah. PZ bigger 1.74. So let's go to the Z value table. And we have to baca dari luar also because because this 1.74 is the Z value and you are trying to find the probability ataupun the area. So baca dari luar cari 1.714. Let's go. So 1.714, where is it? So 1.7 is here, 1 is here, 4 is here. So bila you baca dia dapat macam ni. And then 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, I think it's this one, right? Okay, so your answer would be 0.0436. Okay, 0.0436. And then have to minus with 4. But the 4 you minus at the last two digit, right? So the answer will be 0.0432. Okay, 0.0432. So this is your probability. So later I go back to my answer space, I write this 0.0432. So let's do it. 0.0432. Okay, so here you have to write 0.0432. And now you press calculator, minus semua, dapatlah jawapan. Okay, but it's not the final answer yet. Okay, but you minus first. All right. Okay, my calculator give me 0.8303. Okay, I told you this is not the answer, right? Because what is this? This is the probability of grade B mangosteen. The question never asks you to find probability of grade B. The soalan asks you to find number of grade B. So if you want to find number of grade B, you have to use this special formula, PA equals NA or NS. Okay, I told you in the beginning just now, right? And what it will be the NS? The NS is 600. That's the total, right? And the probability of A in this case will be probability of grade B, which is 0.8303. And this NA will be the number of grade B, which is what they want, right? So now you can find it just darab saja, right? But this one is number of mangosteen. So I think it cannot have decimal, right? Okay, tak apa, we tekan first. Alright, my calculator give me 498.18, right? But this is number of mangosteen. So number of mangosteen, I don't think you can write decimal, right? So you can write 498, okay? Because the extra 0.18, we don't count that as one full mangosteen, right? So we don't count the extra 0.18. So the answer is 498. So what is the number of mangosteen for grade B? 498. Okay, done. Now I want to do C. Okay. All right. C, I will write here. So C, they says what? If 99% from the mangosteen will be great and sold, calculate the minimum mass in gram of mangosteen that can be great and sold. Okay. Apa yang dia nak sekarang? So they said only 99% great and sold. It means 1% is the probability for not graded. Yeah lah, yang not graded. Okay. We know there's grade A, there's grade B, there's grade C. But in order to be grade A, it has to be 300 gram or above. I mean, it has to be more than 300 gram, right? So the cutoff for A and B is 300 gram. That's the cutoff, right? But for grade B is in between 200 and 300. So we can say that the B, if your mass is in between 200 and 300, is grade B, right? Then what is the cutoff for B and C? It will be 200 lah. Because if you more than 200, you will grade B. But if you less than 200, it's grade C, right? That's why the grade C is in between K and 200. It means there's another cutoff for grade yang lagi rendah daripada C. It will be K here, right? So that is why it says here X in between K and 200. It means yang below grade C ni is not graded punya. Not graded punya. It's like no grade. Okay, no grade. Okay. So what they want now, 99% from the mangosteen will be great and sold. So from here to here, ABC is 99%. Okay. Or you can say the probability for ABC here is 0.99. Okay. Because 99 divided 100. Okay, and then they say calculate the minimum mass in gram of mangosteen that can be graded and sold. Minimum mass. It means they want to find K lah, right? So what I will do now is, if 99% is great and sold, what is the percentage for not great? Be 1%, right? And if 1% means what's the probability? 0.01. So the probability of not graded is 0.01, right? Yeah, no grade, right? 0.01. Remember, percentage can always change to probability. Yeah. Okay, remember that. Okay, so 1% is 0.01, but this is probability for no grade. So this is the probability for mass less than K. Betul? Do you agree? Because it's like X represents mass, right? So if mass less than K, then it's 0.01. Right? So yeah, I think this is how I would do it. Okay, actually there's another method to do it. You can also do it like this: Px bigger sama dengan K equals 0.99. Okay, this one correct also, right? Because you can also do 0.99 and then take this one, right? Yeah, this one also can also, same also, right? But if you want to do like that, you have to write bigger lah, because you're using 0.99 and 0.99 is the probability for graded. That's why you have to take mass more than K, right? Okay, but I think I will choose to do it like this. Okay, like this. Okay, so first thing first, change to Z value. Okay, so you will take K minus mean. What's the mean? I forgot. 260 and 35, right? So K minus 260 over 35 equals to 0.01. Okay, just by looking this, you can already tell later when you baca jadual, you kena baca dari dalam or baca dari luar. You have to baca dari dalam, right? Because you don't have the Z value. And if you don't have the Z value, but you have the area, you have the you have the probability answer, or you have the area lah. So later you can straight away go dalam and find this, right? But before you do that, you have to write something. You have to do something with this first, right? So what you have to do first is you have to let, okay, yang ni tak boleh buat sebab you tak tahu K kan. So you have to let C equals to K minus 260 over 35. This is how I do it, how I teach my student lah. When you cannot do this part, you just let C equals, and then you write PZ, and then this change to C 0.01. And then you have to lukis. Yeah, and you have to lukis 2 times, right? Why you have to lukis 2 times? Because you don't know your C is positive or negative now. And you can only baca jadual when it's bigger positive. Z bigger positive baru boleh tengok jadual. So this one is Z smaller and the C you don't know is positive or negative. That's why you cannot straight away baca the jadual now, right? So what I have to do is I have to lukis on one bell shape I will assume C is negative, on the other one I will assume C is positive. But of course, only one of these is correct, right? So later, after I'm done shading, I will determine which one makes sense, which one is the betul one. All right. So I have to shade, right? The shading, I have to look at this symbol. If it's smaller, I have to shade the left hand side. So this one is the C, so the left hand side is here, right? Okay, now I'm done shading. Now, which one is correct? C is negative or C is positive? Okay, you will look at the area answer. If the area answer is more than 0.5, then you go with the besar punya kawasan. If less than 0.5, you go with the kecil punya kawasan. So 0.01 is less than 0.5. It means this is the correct one, right? Because it doesn't make sense for this area to be 0.01, right? Because this one is more than half already. This area should be more than 0.5. So now we already know which one is correct. This one is wrong, this one is correct. So your C is negative. So you have to I recommend you straight away go to the last baris, tulis siap-siap C equals negative like this. Because student always forget to put the negative. So what I have to do now is, I already know my C is negative, right? And if my C is negative means it's smaller negative. And smaller negative, I already said can change to bigger positive, right? Because it's symmetrical. So remember, smaller negative can change to bigger positive and then 0.01, right? And now you can find your C, right? So you have to go to your jadual now, go to the Z value table, and you bukan tengok dari luar, you tengok dari dalam. Because the 0.01 is the probability answer. So you have to go here and cari 0.01 ataupun lebih sikit, right? And your answer will be here. Okay, because you are trying to find the Z value now, right? So you kena baca in reverse lah. Okay, let's go to the jadual and find 0.01 or lebih sikit. 0.01 ataupun lebih sikit. Alright, where is 0.01 ataupun lebih sikit? So let's find it. 0.0201. Okay, this one all 01. Lebih sikit. Okay, 0102. This one, right? Okay. Okay, so this one, but I want 0.0100. Okay, so I have to minus 2 lah. So let's go and find 2, other 2 ke. Okay, why this one not straight one? Uh, uh, okay lah. I think I have to butcher. Okay, I think it's this one lah. It's this time, right? So I have to minus two. So okay, I know there's a lot of twos here. Just go with the first one. Yeah, just go with the first one. The first one that you touch, right? So this is your answer. Your answer will be on the outside, right? This one. So this is your answer. Z value 2.32, and then this one. Okay, like this. Okay, so 2.326 is the answer. You can understand, right? Because you butcher in reverse, ma. You try to find the Z value that gives you this, that gives you 0.01. So it's 2.326, 2.326, but negative. Okay, have to letak negative. Why have to letak negative? I already explained just now. Okay, so C is negative 2.326. And it's negative because just now you already do experiment and you already realize the C is negative. Okay. All right. It's not done yet. Do you remember just now you let C equals to K minus 260 over 35? So now after you find C, you have to replace back with K minus 260 over 35 equals negative 2.326. And then now you have to find K. Okay, just press calculator. Negative 2.326 times 35 plus 260. Okay, my calculator give me 178.59. So that would be the K answer lah. 178.59, right? Okay, but K represents what? Minimum mass. Minimum mass, right? So is this the answer? The minimum mass in gram of mangosteen. So what's the minimum mass of mangosteen that can be graded and sold? Uh, this one lah. Because K is 178.59. So if you want to be graded and sold, it has to be, the minimum mass has to be 178.59 gram, right? So just write gram, right? Okay, good enough. So that's how I would do it. Okay, sudah siap. Alright, let's go to number 11. Okay, number 11, this is linear law question, right? So linear law question, first step is always, kalau dia ada bagi equation, tukar jadi linear form, right? Okay, let's read the question. Table 2 shows the values of two variables x and y, but I'm sure later this table you cannot use to plot the graph. Confirm one. Because in linear law, usually, the x-axis and the y-axis, they will change to something else, right? If you straight away use this table, high chance you will not get a straight line. Because if you draw like that, you are drawing for y against x. And you see it here already, they want xy against x square. So definitely you need to draw a new table later. Okay, but don't do it first. Let's see what they want. Obtain from experiment variable x and y related by the equation such that p and q are constant. And then they says plot graph xy against x square. Okay, so what's the first thing I need to do now? Plot graph. No, don't do that first. The first thing is to change this equation to linear form. And then next step is to draw a new table. And then baru buat A. So when you are doing linear law paper 2, the first two steps is always change to linear form and draw a new table, right? Why have to change to linear form? Because if you don't change to linear form, later you cannot do this part, the B2, right? Yeah, because the B2, you want to find P and Q, right? And you need to change to linear form. Kalau tak, you tak tahu what is your gradient, what is your y-intercept, and you can't find your PQ, right? So now it's not in linear form, right? Yeah, it's definitely not in linear form. So let's change to linear form. Okay, I will do it down here lah. So let's write the equation first. Y equals P over X plus Q over PX. Okay, walaupun soalan tak suruh saya tukar jadi linear form, but you have to do it, or otherwise you can't do your B2 later. Okay, how to change to linear form? Y equal mx plus c, right? But you can already, okay, if you want your equation to be in linear form, y equal mx plus c, it means you want your equation punya y-axis match with the graph punya y-axis, right? And what is the graph punya y-axis and x-axis? They say here already, plot xy against x square. It means they want the y-axis to be xy, the x-axis to be x square. But now it's y. So macam mana nak samakan persamaan y sama dengan apa graph punya y-axis? You darab x lah. When you take the whole thing darab x, then you dapat xy, sini you dapat p, sini you dapat q over p x square. And then you just susun sikit, xy equals, okay, you want it to be mx plus c, so it's better to write q over p x square plus p, right? And this one is already linear form because your equation punya y sudah match dengan graph punya y-axis, and you punya x-axis pun sudah match x square. It means you it's already linear form. You can already write y equals mx plus c, and what is your m and c? Your m gradient is q over p lah, and your c is p. And I mentioned it just now already. You need this to do part B2 later. Okay. Okay. So now my job is to draw a new table. Okay, draw a new table, and then start, then baru saya boleh plot saya punya graph, right? Okay, my new table will have the same, okay, ada berapa point, same with this lah. So it's like, okay, so dia akan jadi sini XY, and then sini akan jadi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then another line like this. All right, but for the new table, you don't put XY, you will put X square and XY, right? Because your x-axis now is x square, your y-axis is xy. So later for all these points, you have to tekan x square, x square. So semua kena tekan square lah. 2.5 square tekan, 3 square tekan, 4 square tekan, and so on, right? Okay, what is 2.5 square? You can use your calculator to help you. It's 6.25. So that is the first value you write here. And then the next one is 3 square, which is 9. 4 square, 16, 5 square, 25, 6 square, 36, 7 square, 49. Right? Just ambil all the x value square saja lah. Okay, yang ini you kena ambil x times y. So you have to take 2.5 times 1.75. Let's press. Oh, this one you write in two decimal place, huh? Because this is a graph question. Still you have to plot this. So you have, when it's a graph, you always write in two decimal place. 4.38, right? Okay, the reason why you write two decimal place is so that later it's easy to plot in the graph. If you write too many decimal place, later susah nak plot. Okay, next one is x times y also. So it'll be 1.8 times 3. You will get 5.4. Huh? Okay, next one. 2 times 4 is 8 lah. And then next one, 2.3 times 5. Use calculator. 2.3 times 5. 11.5. Yep. So tulis 11.5. And then next one is 2.6 times 6. So press. Okay, my calculator give me 15.6. And the last one is 3 times 7, which is 21. Okay, I'm done with the linear form and also the table, right? Now we can do part A, right? Part A. Huh? So even if the soalan in linear law never ask you to do these two steps, you have to do it. Because if you don't do it, you can't do your part A, and also the B2 later cannot do, right? Okay, first thing first, let's see what's the scala, the scale. Based on table 2, plot xy against x square. Okay, using a scale 2 cm to 10 on x square. It means later the x square here, it should be 2 cm to 10. But what's the paling besar punya value? 49. So you pergi sampai 50 lah. 20, 20, 30, 40, 50. Right? And also, by the way, there's everything here is positive. Okay, everything is positive, right? Okay, and then for the xy axis 2 cm to 2. So this one is 2, 4, 6, 8 until what's the highest? Okay, the paling besar punya xy value is 21. So you have to go until 22 like this lah. Right? And then later you plot all the points, plot, 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 and then garis dapat lah dia punya line. Right? Okay, but before you do that, you have to draw the axis first, right? So here I have a graph paper with me. So I will use this graph paper. Okay, so is it enough space? 22. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Okay, I need to go until 22, right? And it's 2 cm to 2. So I think if I put 22 here, okay, wait, okay, if I put 22 here, this will be 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0. Okay, actually it's enough. Yeah, it's enough. Right? 6, 4, 2, 0. Okay. Okay. Later your y-intercept will, because later your point will go up like this. Your line will go up. So later your y-intercept will be here. That's why it's better to leave space, make space down here so that your y-intercept can butcher. Right? So yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Okay, and then for the x-axis, it will be 2 cm to 10. So it's just 10, 20, but until 50 only. Because I remember the highest is only until 49, right? Okay, so now you draw the axis. So this is how it looks like. Okay, let me make the line. Let me make the line besar sikit. Wait, okay, okay. Alright, so another line from here to here. Okay, done. And then here you have to write what? XY, right? Yeah, the y-axis is XY. And then here is 0, 0. Okay, correct. Okay. Okay, this one let me adjust it. Okay, this is how it looks like now. And the tajuk, the title of the graph later will be graph of xy against x square, right? Okay, you can write the if you don't want to write the tajuk now, you can write last kali pun boleh kan. But if you write now, then later you won't forget lah, right? So yeah, I prefer writing it now. Okay, now it's time to plot the points, right? So the first point, 6.25, 4.38. Where is 6.25? Okay, here is 5, right? 0, 10 middle is 5. So 5 tambah 1 kotak is 6. Tambah lagi 1 is 7. So 6.25 is here 6 tambah sikit. Sikit, alright, tambah sikit. And then you have to naik sampai 4.38. Okay, 4 is here. Alright, 4 is here. And 6.25. 4, if I naik 1, 4.2. Naik lagi 1, 4.4. But if I want 4.38 is 4.4 turun sikit. So I think it's here. Okay, let me check one more time. 6.25. So this one 5, right? 5. Okay, and then 6 tambah sikit. Because 6 tambah sikit is 6.25. And then I want 4.38. So 1 kotak is 0.2 because 2 divide 10. So 4 plus 0.2 is 4.2. Tambah lagi is 4.4. So 4.38 turun sikit. So yeah, I think this is correct. Okay, next point. Next point. Next point. So what's the next point? 9, 5.4. Okay, no problem. 9 is at 10 minus 1 kotak is 9 lah. And where is 5.4? Okay, very easy. You go to 6. 6 turun 1 is 5.8 because you minus 0.2. And then minus lagi is 5.6. Minus lagi is 5.4. So in total, you have to turun 3 kotak. Right? Yeah, 6 turun 3 kotak. And then 10 tolak 1 kotak. Right? Because they want 9, right? Okay, so this is the point. Okay, wait, let me check something here. 6. Okay lah, correct. All right, next one is what? Next one is uh next one is 16.8. Okay, I think this is easy. 16.8, where is it? 16 is just okay, 10 and 20 middle is 15. So 15 tambah 1 is 16 lah. And 8 is just here, right? So this one is 15, this one is 16. All right, so this is 16.8, right? 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 8. Betul lah, right? Okay, next point. Next point, next point. 25, 11.5. Okay, let's do that. 25, 11.5. 25 is just 20, 30 middle lah. 11.5 ah. Okay, 10 and 12 middle is 11, right? But 11 plus 1 kotak is 11.2. Plus lagi 11.4. Plus lagi 11.6. Okay, then don't plus, don't 11.6 turun half lah. Because you want 11.5, right? 11.5 is in between 11.4 and 11.6. So it means here is 11, tambah 1 is 11.2, tambah lagi 1 11.4, and then tambah half, right? So 11.11 here, tambah 2.5 is 11.5. And make sure the x coordinate is 25 lah, right? Okay, done. Next point. Next point is 3.6, 15.6. Sorry, 36, 36, 15.6. Okay, where's 36, 15.6? 36 is just 40. Okay, 40 and 30 middle is 35. So 35 tambah 1 kotak is 36 lah. But where is 15.6? Okay, you boleh naik sampai sini 16. 16 minus 1 kotak is 15.8. Sebab minus 0.2 ah. Then minus 1 lagi 15.6 lah. So this is the point, right? So 15.6 is 16 turun 2 kotak. But make sure your x coordinate you plot dekat 36. Okay, 35, 36, right? Okay, let me plot again. So 35, 36. 36 is here, and then 14 turun 2 kotak. So yeah. Yeah, I really want to plot nicely because I don't want to buat mistake nanti. So 36, 15.6. Okay, betul lah. Alright, now my job is to do the last point. So let me scroll up a bit. Okay, like this. 16, 15 point. Okay, so what's the last point? Let's go. 49.21. 49.21. Okay, I think I need to make this small a bit so I have space to plot. 21. Okay, let's make it even smaller. Okay, so what is it? 49, 21, right? Okay, 50, if I minus satu kotak is 49. 21 is exactly 20, 22 middle here. So it's here, right? So I recommend the tajuk you can tulis sebelah sikit lah, tepi sikit, so that it doesn't block your line, right? Okay, but it's here lah. 50 minus satu kotak 49 lah. And then 21. 21 is 20, 22 middle lah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ya, betul lah sini. Okay, now we are done with all the points. Now it's time to join all these points, right? But for linear law, it's normal if your line doesn't touch all the points. It's normal. But you try to adjust so that it touches most of the points lah. So you try to make it so that dia sentuh paling banyak point. Okay, let me scroll down a bit so that I can see the whole thing. Okay, and make sure you draw until y-axis. All right, so you can adjust a bit, right? So you can see that this is the best way to draw the line, because your line will touch 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, 5 points. The only point yang dia tak sentuh is this. Yeah, but this is the best line already. This is the best. Okay, the line of best fit, right? So yeah, you have 6 points and you touch 5 of it, so it's good enough. And the point yang tak sentuh is okay, okay, and but it's fine. It's very near, right? So it's fine. So this is how I would draw it lah. So done already, and make sure you draw until y-axis, because later you need the y-intercept to uh, yeah, to continue, right? To do the part B later. Okay, so I think I'm done with the graph part. So now I can go back to the question and continue. Okay, so part A dah siap ah. Ini disuruh lukis graph, right? So look, plot, draw the line of best fit. Okay, done. 5 marks. Okay. Okay, now let's do part B. So part B, I'll write here. By using the graph 11a, find the value of y when x squared equals 4. So I'll just write when x squared equals 4. And what they want to find? Y. But when you go to the graph, x squared equals 4, right? So if you look at the axis here, this one is x squared, right? I forgot to write, yeah, but this one is actually x squared. Yeah, this is x squared, right? Because the graph is xy against x squared, right? So you go and find 4 lah. So where is 4? Okay, 0 and 10, tengah-tengah is 5. 5 tolak satu kotak is 4, so your 4 is here. And after you carry x squared 4, you have to tarik satu dotted line. This is called a dotted line or dashed line. And then you tarik sampai dia sentuh graph lah. Okay. Wait, wait. Let me baca balik soalan dia. When x squared equals 4, right? X squared equals 4. X squared equals 4. Okay, betul lah, right? X squared equals 4. So if I tarik from x squared 4 is here, right? So tarik. Okay, end up here. And then I sambung to here lah, right? But this answer right here is 4 minus 0.2, 3.8, minus lagi 3.6, minus lagi 3.4, 3.2. So this one is 3.2. But is this your y answer? No, this is xy. This axis is xy. So xy is 3.2. So here I have to write xy is 3.2. But you're trying to find y, right? So how to do that? Okay, you already know x is okay, you want to find y means you need to have x, right? But the x have to sub with what? Well, since x squared equals to 4, x will be square root 4. So this one is 2. So 2y equals to 3.2. Okay, so your y will be 3.2 divided 2 and you'll get 1.6. Okay, understand, right? Because x squared equals 4, right? So if x squared equals 4, and we all know 4 is equal, 4 you can write it like this, 2 squared, right? So if the power is same both sides, we can compare. So the x is actually 2, right? That is why the x here you can get it with 2y equals 3.2, y equals 1.6. Okay, this is the first, the B1. Now let's do B2. Okay, B2, they want to find P and Q. And I mentioned this in the beginning already. I already said the B2, you need your equation linear form to do this part. But I already do it just now. I already changed to linear form. First, I already do it. So I can already straight away see what's my gradient. So the Q over P is gradient. So Q over P is gradient. And then P is y-intercept. Alright. So imagine if I don't do this, if I tak buat ini step, then I cannot do this part already because I don't know who's my gradient, what's my y-intercept, right? You cannot just assume P is gradient, Q is y-intercept. Cannot do like that, huh? The one, if you do like that, it's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. You have to change to linear form, baru you boleh nampak who's the gradient, who's the y-intercept. Okay, sekarang saya kena cari gradient dengan y-intercept from graph and then ganti masuk dalam sini lah. Okay lah, let's do y-intercept first. Let's go and look for the y-intercept first. So the y-intercept, I can see it from here. It's 2 turun satu kotak, which is 2 minus 0.2. How much? 1.8, right? So the 1.8 will be my P, right? 1.8 will be my P. Okay. Okay, wait. 1.8. Okay, because I'm looking at the schema now, and the schema actually uh actually tak accept 1.8. Yeah. But I think my line is good enough already, right? It already touches this point, this point, this point, this point. So one, okay, let me, so it's like here lah. So okay lah, I'll just stick to my answer lah. Okay. Okay, but actually the schema, okay, later I'll tell you what the schema, right? So I'll just stick to my answer 1.8. Okay, the schema, right, like this 1.85 and then like this 1.95. So what this means, it means that the schema only accept answer between 1.85 and 1.95, right? Okay lah, but I think it's fine lah. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll just follow my answer. Okay, now I will just find a gradient and then masuk dalam sini. Okay, but don't forget later your P you have is 1.8. So I will just masuk yang ni. Okay, but you follow your answer. Okay, if your answer is 1.9, then you write 1.9. If it's 2.0, you write 2.0. Okay. Okay, so I will just put 1.8 here. Okay, for the gradient, I need two coordinates from the graph. All right, I will choose any two coordinates. All right, but if I am you, I will choose from 0 to 50. Right, because when you take 0 to 50, then later your difference in x will be 50, and when you bahagi 50, it will be like easy lah. Okay, so this is when x is 50, this is the coordinate, and when x is 0, this is the coordinate, and my one is 1.8, right? Okay, like this. Okay. Okay, so what is the y coordinate when the x is 50? It would be 21. Where's 21? 21 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this one is 21. But I have to naik lagi satu, so it's 21.2. 21.2, right? Okay, so this is my coordinate. And the other coordinate I will use to find gradient is this one. And don't forget to join these two coordinate and then they will form a right angle lah. Right? This one is 1.8. Okay, 1.8. Right? 0, 1.8. And then join a right angle triangle. Okay, and then join up like this. Actually, you can choose any 2 points. It doesn't have to be this point and this point. You can choose any point along the line, any 2 points, right? But usually I will teach my student, try to choose points that, because later when you have to find gradient, you have to take y minus y over x minus x. So try to make your difference in x, try to make it like a number like 2, 5, or 10. Because these numbers are easy to divide, right? So that later, kalau you punya bawah punya number sini 2, 5, or 10, then it's senang bahagi. You will end up with like a better looking answer. So the reason I choose this is because the difference is x will be 50 later. All right, so done already. Now we can masuk the formula. 21.2 minus 1.8 divide 50 minus 0. So 21.2 minus 1.8. Okay, this is the formula for gradient, right? Y minus y minus 1.8 divide 50 minus 0. So you get Q over 1.8. Okay, now you can calculate your gradient. 21.2 minus 1.8, and then answer divide 50. Okay, my gradient is 0.388. And then now you have to times 1.8 to get the Q lah. Okay, I sudah tekan 0.6984. Okay, 0.6984. Okay. Okay. I want to talk about the schema. Because the schema answer for P, they only accept 1.85 to 1.95, right? But let me tell you, 1.85 to 1.95, the range is very small. 1.85 to 1.95 is, let's say this is 2, right? And turun satu kota is 1.8. So what the soalan is saying is like 1.85 to 1.95. It's not even possible. It's not even possible because, okay, 1.85 is like, okay, here is 1.9, the middle, right? But there's no lines here. There's no lines here. Okay, there's no lines here. The 2 turun satu kota is already 1.8 already. And the soalan only accept the range 1.85 sampai 1.95, which is like, it's not humanly possible. It means like it's the range yang dia bagi is from 1.95, which is here to here, you know. Okay, they only allow this range. But it's like there's no lines here. Dia tak ada garisan lah sini. Okay, so it's like, I think I'll just stick to my answer lah. I think 1.8 is fine, right? So yeah, okay. So sometimes the schema they can, okay, they can, okay, silap also, right? So I think it's fine if your answer is 1.8. Be honest, okay, I think it's fine. So I'll just stick to my answer here, right? So don't follow the schema. I will not follow the schema, right? So I'll just follow to my own answer here. All right. So I think that's all. I sudah siap my linear law. So this is worth 10 marks, huh? Yeah, 5 plus 5. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, now we are doing bahagian C already. So bahagian C mengandungi berapa soalan? 4 soalan, 4 questions, and they want you to answer any 2 questions. Okay, I will answer 3. Yeah, in this video, I'll answer 3 questions. So I will not answer the kinematics. Okay, why I choose 3 is because so that you have one backup lah. Okay, but in exam, you only need to jawab 2 only, right? But I answer 3 so that, you know, you can have one extra soalan for backup, just in case uh some like just in case like one of the question for you is susah, then you have one soalan for backup. Okay, number 12. The diagram shows a prism A B C D E F. I already know this is solution of triangle, confirm, right? But it's a 3D soalan, and usually student struggle with 3D punya. So tak apa, let's see what let's do it together. Okay, apa lagi dia cakap? Given what? Given the length and breadth is the lebar. So length and breadth base BCEF is 12 and 5. Okay, they got put 3 lines here, meaning this is 5, this is 5 also. It means this is an equilateral triangle. Okay, yeah, dia segitiga kaki sama. And this will be 12 also, this will be 12 also, and I'm sure this is 5, 5, 5 also, right? Yeah, so this is a prism. It means this is the cross section. Okay, this is the cross section. Okay, sekarang nak cari apa? Soalan A, they want to find CD. Okay, mana CD? C to D. Okay, this one lah. Okay, this one just use Pythagoras theorem lah. Because this is a rectangle, right? And rectangle sini mesti 90 mah. So if I tarik satu line from B to D, then it will form a right angle triangle, right? And this right angle triangle, you already have the 5 and 12. How to find the hypotenuse? You use Pythagoras theorem lah. So CD square equals to, okay lah, I straight away pindah the square. Dia terus jadi square root and then bracket square plus bracket square. And then sini 5, sini 12. Why plus is because you are finding the hypotenuse, the longest side, right? So you get square root 169, you get 13 units. Units pula. CM lah. Okay, everything is in CM. So of course you have to write in CM. Okay, sudah siap. Soalan B, they want to find what? The angle between BD and CD. Mana? BD, mana BD? BD is here and CD. Oh, so I have to draw another line. Okay. So BD and CD. So I think they want to find this angle right here, right? This angle. Okay, this is a 3D, so you have to be very careful. So if you want to find this angle, you need this triangle, the BCD triangle. So let me draw it out. So you need this triangle, BCD triangle. And you're trying to find this angle. So later, this is your X, right? I'll just call it X for now. Okay, do you have any panjang here? Okay, the DC panjang, I just find it is 13, right? So I can write this 13 here, right? And then what about the BC? BC is 5, give already, right? Then what about BD? Well, BD is also 13. And I'm sure you can imagine it, all right? Even though it's 3D, but you can imagine it. Because look at this. this is also another rectangle, right? And guess what's the angle from here to here? 90 also lah, because this is also right angle, right? That means this BD will also be the hypotenuse for this right angle, and the answer will, you will get same one, 13, right? So yeah, this is the panjang for all of it. Okay, now how to find angle X? Well, you can use cosine rule. Yeah, you can use cosine rule because you already have actually ada dua cara. Yeah, you can use cosine rule or you can also do it the other way because kebetulan this is isosceles triangle. Yeah, why I call it isosceles because ada dua side sama. And if it's isosceles, you can cut it in half and then you end up with right angle. You end up with two right angle triangle. But the 5 also have to cut in half 2.5 lah. And then you can use sin cos tan. And in this case, you can use sine. Sine angle equals to 2.5 over 13. And after you get the angle, you times 2, right? Okay, but can also lah. If you do that, can also, right? But I will use the cosine rule punya cara. Okay, but both method will give you the same answer. So I'm just telling you, I'm just pointing it out that there is another way to do it, right? But this method, you can only use it if got right angle, got 90 degree, right? And why this one got 90 degree is because it's an isosceles. 13, 13 sama panjang. That's why you can cut it in half, then you will get right 90 degree. Okay, but I will do the cosine rule formula. Cosine rule is like this: a square equals b square plus c square minus 2bc cos a, right? And you need to know this A will always be the one opposite the angle. This A is always the side opposite the angle. So in this case is 5. So it'll be 5 square equals to 13 square plus 13 square minus 2 times 13 times 13 times cos angle. And the angle is this angle lah. So I will just call it angle BDC. So BDC like this, right? Okay, now the way I teach my student to pindah is I will always ask them to stop here and then pindah this. It means I will tekan 5 square minus 13 square minus 13 square. Right? So press 5 square minus 13 square. Okay, my calculator give me negative 313. And then the rest here, you just tekan lah, negative 2 times 13 times 13. So negative 338. And then cos angle BDC. And now how to find cos BDC? You will take negative 313 divide, right? So negative divide negative is positive. So 313 divide 338, 0.9260. And then now you tekan shift cos answer, right? Shift cos answer. And your answer will come out in degree, right? Okay, my calculator give me 22 degree 10 minutes, right? 22 degree 10 minutes. All right, if you want to write in that point can also, it will be 22.17 lah. Okay, but usually I prefer writing it in degree minutes. Okay, but it's fine. You want to write in 22.17 degree, boleh juga, sama saja. Alright, sudah siap. That's what they asked for, so that's what I find for them. Sudah siap. Okay, C, they want to find area of triangle BCD. Where is BCD? Okay, I think it's this same triangle, right? But the formula for area is 1 over 2 AB sine C. And do you have the AB sine C? Yes. AB will be any two sides. But if you're smart, you will take 13, 13. Why? Because you have the angle in between, right? Because this formula, AB, 1 over 2 AB sine C, the C has to be the angle in between the two sides you use here. So that's why you take 13, 13 lah, so that the angle you can put in this angle, 22 degree, 10 minutes. And after you press this, you get the answer already. So easy. 13 times 13 divide 2 times sine 22 degree, 10 minutes. Okay, 31.88, right? So that's the answer, and just write cm square because it's area. Okay, last part, the D, I'll do it here. Calculate the angle between plane BCD and BCFE. BCD plane is this plane lah, right? Yeah. And then the other plane is BCFE. Okay, let's use blue color. Where is BCFE? Oh, this one, BCFE. Okay, the angle between these two planes, it will be we have to take the midpoint. Yeah, you have to take the midpoint. You know why? It's because this is an isosceles triangle. I already draw it out just now, right? Because this is 13, this is 13. That is why when you tarik a line like this, it will the angle between cannot be this. It cannot be this angle. No. Because if it's an isosceles triangle, you have to take the midpoint. It means when you tarik, it will be like this. Right? You have to take the midpoint of BC and then this, right? And then it will form a right angle at here. Understand, It means later you have to take the midpoint, right? Okay, let me just draw it out so you see it more clearly. So this point is point D, okay? And then when you tarik here, it's not point B or C. It's the BC punya midpoint. So let's just call this, okay, let's just not call it anything because there's no labeling here. So, and then 90 degree, and then tarik from a line here, right? And this one also would be the FE punya midpoint. And there is no name for this point, so no need to write anything. But we have the panjang for uh, this panjang. This panjang would be 12, right? Why? Because here is 12, here is 12 lah. Here's 12, here's 12, sama saja lah. Alright, and then the tinggi sini boleh cari tak? Uh, okay, they want to find the angle, right? So the angle is at here, right? This is the angle. So let's call this X for now. So what other panjang I can find here? This panjang, can I find this panjang right here? Can, but I want to find angle, right? So I need another side. Okay, okay, this is 5, right? So if I tarik midpoint, it will be 5 divided 2, which is 2.5, right? And from here, I can write 2.5, right? And since this is a equilateral triangle, three sides sama, 5, 5, 5. And since I already potong in half, 2.5, 2.5. Yeah, because I potong half already, right? So can I find this panjang right here? Yes, because it will be 90 when you cut in half. Whenever two sides sama like this, when you cut, automatic is 91. Automatic, you will get two right angle. So how to find this panjang right here? Use Pythagoras theorem, square root, bracket square. This one today's 5, this one today's 2.5. But I have to minus lah. Why minus? Because you are not finding the hypotenuse. You are not finding the longer side. So let's press 5 square minus 25 square. All right. Let me press. Okay. And then square root answer. All right. 4.330. But of course, this is not the answer. Oh, this one I already pressed the square root already. So let's straight away write the answer 4.330. But this is just the thingy here, which is here lah. Okay, now how to find the angle? You can use SOHCAHTOA, right? Because this is a right angle triangle. And what is the formula SOHCAHTOA, and which one you will use? The SO formula or Ka or Toa? Alright, if you want to find angle, you need to have any two sides. So the depan angle kita panggil opposite, depan 90 kita panggil hypotenuse, and then the last one we panggil adjacent. And if you want to find angle, you need to have two sides. So the two sides you have now is O and A, so tangent lah. So you will write tangent, uh, I'll just call it theta lah, or tangent X also can, right? Equals to opposite over adjacent, which is 4.330 over 12, right? And now you can find your theta, just tekan shift tangent yang ni lah. But I will use the answer button, right? So I'll tekan shift tangent answer over 12, okay? Because it will be more accurate if I use the answer button. Okay, my calculator give me 19 degree 51 minutes. 19 degree 51 minutes, right? If you wanted to write in decimal, can also. Okay, if decimal is how much? In decimal, it's 19.84 degree. Yeah, can also. It's the same thing, right? Okay, so I think I'm done, right? So it's not too hard. It's not too difficult, right? Yeah, it's just that for 3D, you need to pandai tengok dia punya, pandai imagine lah, because it's 3D. Okay, done. This is worth 10 marks. Sudah siap. Okay, let's continue. Number 13. Okay, this is index number. Table 3 shows the price index in the year 2023 based on 2017. Let's check. 23. So all this are all price index. So this is all the I. And the year is 2023 based on 2017. Right? So remember the newer year always letak atas. The latest year. And then the older year letak bawah. Okay, for PQRS, used in the production of a pair of shoes and their weightage. So these are all the W, the weightage. And this one is just the material, right? QRS. And we use this to make shoe. Okay, to make shoe. Okay, now I want to do A. So A says what? Given that the price of material P they got mentioned keyword here, P, right? So actually this PQRS is the keyword. So if they got mentioned about P, then we have to be very careful. We can only tengok yang P sahaja nanti, right? So when we do this question, we can only look at P. So they said price of material P is 3 ringgit in the year 2017. So price in 2017 is RM3, right? And then they say calculate price in year 2023. So price in 2023 equals to question mark, right? But then they said, what? price of material P, right? So if you look at P, you already know the index I for 2317, right? So we will use the first formula to do this lah. All right, so let's talk about the formulas yang you belajar in this chapter. First formula is this formula. This is the formula to find price index. Second formula is the composite index, IW over total W, right? This one is used to find composite index. And the third formula is when it involves 3 years, then you use the smiley face method, right? And then you write the year here, year 1, year 2, year 3. Okay, and remember, uh, this one I call it ABC, and the C will always equals to A times B divided 100. But you only do this when the soalan melibatkan 3 tahun, or you can say like involve 3 years, right? Okay, so this question, they want us to find price. Okay, remember when they ask you to find price, confirm you use the first formula, because this is the only formula that involve price. The other two formula, you can't find price from the other two formula. So definitely it's this one. So I will write down the formula. The I equals to P1 over P0 times 100. But in this case, your price atas will be 2023, right? Because always put the latest year atas, the newer year, right? And then the older year, 2017 letak bawah, right? But you have already, which is 3, right? And then automatic, your I will be, automatic will be 2317, right? Okay, but the I, you put 140, yeah, right? So now you can find the price for 2023, just pindah. 140 divided 100 is 1.4 times 3 is 4.2. Right, RM, because this is price, so 4.4 ringgit 20 cents. Okay, so that's it. Okay, let's do B. Okay, B, I'll do it here. Given that the composite index for the year 2023, 2020 is 134.5, find the value of M. Okay, M is like at the weightage, right? So I think I have to use composite index formula. Okay, so I don't think it's enough space if I write here. So I'm just gonna do it up here. Maybe up here, right? Okay, so B, I'll do it here. So I already know the composite index answer is 134.5. So I'll draw a garisan. I'll draw a line like this, and then I'll write equals 134.5. Okay, why I draw a garisan panjang macam tu? Because I know the composite index formula is you have to take the total sum of I times W divide with the total W. So later I have to take 140 times 2M, and then plus 135 times 3, and then plus 120 times 1, and then plus 130 times M, divide with total weightage 2M plus 3 plus 1 plus M. And the answer will be 134.5. And the reason why you can do like that is because the year also match. This one is the index for 2317. So when you find the composite index, the average, you will get 134.5 lah, because 134.5, they already mentioned is the composite index for 2023 based on 2017. So the year match with this, right? So yeah, you can do it like that. All right, now how to find M? First I will try to solve yang atas ni dulu. 140 times 2M. Okay, yang ada M boleh buat yang dengan M. And then yang number boleh buat dengan number. So I will press 140 times 2, which is 280 plus with 130. So what is 280 plus 130? Okay, you get 410. But this one is 410M. Okay, 410M. Okay, I don't have enough space. Okay, what if I write here lah. Boleh ah? Okay, I write here. Right? So it'd be 410 M plus, okay, this number and this number, you can do it, just press calculator. 135 times 3 plus 120. Okay, 135 times 3 plus 120. Okay, my calculator give me 525, right? So just write 525, and then over, okay, this one is same thing lah. M boleh buat dengan M, number boleh buat dengan number. So 2M plus M is 3M, and then 3 plus 1 is 4, equals to 134.5. Okay, this whole thing can move it up, becomes times. So it becomes 410M plus 525 equals, okay, 134.5 times 3M. Just tekan calculator, 134.5 times 3. Okay, my calculator give me 403.5. But you have to write M, and then plus with what? 134.5 times 4. So let's press. Okay, my calculator give me 538. Right? Okay, finally now you can find M. So how to pindah? Okay, yang M dengan M boleh buat. So but we try to make it on the same side. So this one pindah sini lah. So plus pindah jadi minus. So I have to press 410 minus 403.5. 410 minus 403.5. Okay, my calculator give me 6.5. But don't forget to write M. Right? So 6.5 M. And then the 525 pindah sana jadi minus. What is 538 minus 525? Kan saja. My calculator give me 13. So 6.5 M equals 13. So M equals to what? 13 divide 6.5. And if you tekan this, you will get 2. Right? It means the M is 2. Okay, the question asks us to find M, right? So done lah. This is the answer. This is the answer for B. Right? Okay, sudah siap. Now I want to do C. Okay, C, I will do it down here. Okay, find the price. Okay, price ma. Definitely use the first formula. Confirm one. When they ask you to find price, confirm, right? Okay, price of a pair of shoes in the year 2017. So price of 17 equals to question mark. If the corresponding price in the year 2023 is 45, so price 23 is 45. You already know you use the first formula. So write down the first formula, right? Okay, tell me the price you have to put what year? Of course, it will be 2023 and 2017, right? But siapa atas? 23. Siapa bawah? 17. And the I will automatically be 23 or 17, right? The year mesti match dengan year sini, right? Okay, now I want to ask you, for the I 2317, later you have to put which I? You cannot put 140, 135, 120, 130. If you put any of this, it's wrong. Because the soalan mentioned, this is the price of shoes. They never say it's price of P, Q, or R, or S. It means they never mention any material here. So later, you have to take the composite index for this, right? Okay, so they want to, we already have P23 is 45, and the P17, this is the final answer, right? But in order to have this, you need to have the I, right? But the I, you cannot masuk any I here, tak boleh. Because the soalan never mentioned PQRS, right? It's actually the price of shoes. So you have to take composite index. And the composite index has to be 23 over 17, and they bagi dalam B already. It's 134.5. So ini cara betul, right? Okay, so how to pindah? 134.5 divided 100 is 1.345. Okay, and then equals to 45 over price 17. And if you want to find price 17, you will tekan 45 bahagi 1.345. It means this one bahagi hantar jadi darab, and then darab hantar jadi bahagi. Just switch place lah. Okay, now tekan this, and you will get your answer in RM. Okay, let me press. My answer is 33.46. Okay, but write RM lah, because this one is price. Okay, done. That's all. Okay, there is one more part D. I assume this one have to use smiley face. Okay, let's see. It is given that the price of material, they got mentioned S. So let's write nicely. S increased by 25% from the year 2023 to 2024. So what's the index for 2024 based on 2023? It will be 125 lah. Because increase 25% right? Means 100 plus 25, right? And the year, make sure it's 2024 tulis atas, 2023 tulis bawah, right? Because the newer year have to put atas. Comma, while the other material remain unchanged. Remain unchanged means what? The I will be 100 lah. So for material P, material Q, and material R, the I for 24 over 23 remains the same, 100. So for PQR, they are all 100 for the year, for this year lah, 2024, 23. Okay, now it says calculate the composite index. Okay, composite index for a pair of shoes for the year 2024 based on 2017. 2024 based on the, okay, first of all, you already see there's 3 years in one question. 2023, 2024, 2017. So definitely have to do smiley face. But they want composite index. So how should we find the composite index for 2024 based on 2017? All right, we have the I for 2317. We have the I for 2423. So can we get the I for 2417? Yes, it's possible. So first, I will label this information in the table. So what I will do now is, I will make some space I will tambah a column. Yeah, I will tambah a column like this. And this column is for I 2423. Right? Because just now, this one, all is for this one, right? For 2317. But now they give us 2423. Okay, for S is 125. So go to S 125. And then the rest is 100, 100, 100, right? Okay. I want to mention satu cara yang you tak boleh buat. I want to say something. I want to say a method yang you tak boleh buat. So you cannot do like that. You cannot find the composite index for this, and then composite for index for this, and then do smiley face. Cannot. If you do like that, your answer will be slightly different with the schema, and it's wrong. It will be very near to the answer, but it's not accurate. Yeah, it's wrong. Let me tell you why. I know some students, they will do it fast, right? They think that they can do it fast. They will try to find composite index for 24, 23, and the composite index for 2017 is given. So they will just do one smiley face like this. Okay, cannot. It will be not accurate because all the PQRS, dia punya apa, the price change is not the same. Ada yang increase 25%, other yang remain unchanged. So if it's like that, you have to do 4 times smiley face. Because they want to find the composite index for 2417, right? It means you have to do 4 times smiley face to get the I for 2417 like this, right? And then do 4 times smiley face and then get the new I for all of it. And then use the composite index formula, right? So don't just, in other words, means you have to do 4 smiley face lah. Even though dia lebih banyak kerja, but you have to do it like that, right? Okay, so what you have to do now, you have to draw a smiley face, and you have to include all the 3 years. 2017 is the earliest, and then next is 2023. This one is 2024. So let's calculate for P first. So the 140 is for 2317. So this one 2317 140, and then the 100 is for 2423, which is here, right? So to get the 2417, you have to take yang ini darab ini bahagi 100, okay, and you will get 140, right? I told you, right, just now, when you're doing smiley face, the bawah punya part is always atas darab atas bahagi 100. So when you're trying to find bawah, you ambil atas darab atas bahagi 100. Okay, for the next one, you will also do smiley face again, and you also take atas darab atas bahagi 100, right? But if you lazy to draw another smiley face, you can just use back the same one. This 140, you put 135 lah. Because this one for Q is 135, 2317. And then this one is 100, right? So you will take 135 times 100, divide 100. So you get 135 here, right? Okay, and then the next one is for material R. So the 120 is for 2317. So this one is 120 lah. And then the 100 is for 2423. So surah betul. And then to get the 2417, you take 120 times 100 divide 100. So 120. Okay, last one. This one is 130 for 2317. And then the 125 is for 2423. So 125. So to get the bawah is 130 times 125 divide 100. So press calculator. Alright, so 162.5, right? I know this method is slower, right? Compared to kalau you terus ambil buat composite index and then do one smiley face. I know it's faster to do it like that, but you cannot. But the answer will be not accurate if you do like that. That's why you have to do it like this, right? Okay, so remember, if you can choose between doing one smiley face or banyak kali smiley face, always do the banyak kali smiley face punya cara, right? Otherwise, you will end up with an answer yang salah. All right, so now you can start to find the composite index for 24 based on 17. So I will just I will just write like this, 24, 17, and use the composite index formula lah. Draw a garisan. All right, let's write down the I times W first. But the I, you have to take 24, 17 punya lah. And then the weightage is this one. Okay, I already know the M is 2. So this one is 4. And then this one is 3, this one is 1, this one M ganti 2 lah. Okay, so the first one is 140 times 4. So right, 140 times 4. And then plus with the next one, what's the I times W? 135 times 3, right? So just tulis saja. And then plus with the next one, 120 times 1. Okay, wait, what happened? 120 times 1. Oh, where is it? Oh, you. Okay. Okay. So what is it? 120 times 1, right? And then the last one is 162.5 times 2. 162.5 times 2. Okay, now I have to divide with total weightage, which is 4 plus 3 plus 1 plus 2. Okay, now we just have to press calculator, then we will finish, right? Okay, 4 plus 3, 7 plus 1, 8 plus 2, 10. This one, press calculator. 140 times 4 plus 135 times 3 plus 120 plus 162.5 times. Okay, my calculator give me 39965. Okay, but I think I tekan salah. 140 times 4 plus 135 times 3 plus 120 plus. Okay, yeah, I see that. This one is 1410. Yeah. Okay, what happens when you divide 10? 1, 4, 1 lah. So this is the final answer, right? So remember, I know there's a faster way to do it, but you can't do it like that. The faster way is cari composite index sini, cari composite index sini, and then just do one smiley face. But I want to mention again, you can't do it like that, because your answer will not be accurate. You will get lebih kurang sama dengan 141 lah. Maybe you get like 140.32, like just example only lah. Okay, but you can't do it like that, right? Okay, because it's not accurate. Okay, so your answer will be slightly different with the schema if you do like that. The correct way is to do banyak kali smiley face to get semua orang punya uh, price index separately dulu. Lepas tu uh, baru buat composite index. Okay, okay, hopefully you understand. Okay, sudah siap. Number 13 done. Okay, 14 is I won't do because this is kinematics. Okay, I always skip this chapter. So yeah. Alright, so I will do number 15. Okay, this is linear programming, so we need graph paper. Okay, let's read. Harmony Community College offers Zapin and ballet dancing class. The monthly fees per student for Zapin and ballet class are 30 ringgit and 60 ringgit respectively. Okay, for now, I will skip this first because I need to know what the XY represents. Whenever we do linear programming, we need to know XY represents. Kalau tak, nanti susah nak tulis saya punya inequality. So for now, I skip this one first. Number of students for Zapin is X, ballet is Y. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. So I already know what XY represents now. So where should I write it? So separate X, separate Y. So X is number of students for Zapin and ballet. So I will write here Zapin and then ballet. Okay, for Zapin is X, for ballet is Y. And the XY represents number of students. So I'll just write number of students. Okay. Okay, lepas tu, wait. Okay, I always recommend students to write this, right? It's very helpful. Okay, now we focus on the 30 ringgit. Monthly fees for one student for Zapin is 30 ringgit. So what is the fees, total fees paid? 30x lah. Because 30 ringgit is for one student. So if you have 5 students, it will be 30 times 5. If 7 students, 30 times 7. So if it's X student, 30 times X. So this one is the fees. RM. Okay, what about for ballet? Ballet, what's the fees? 60 ringgit per one person, one student. So if you have Y, 60Y lah. Okay, now with that, we can continue. The enrollment of student is based on the following constraint. Okay, 1, 2, 3, tak payah baca dulu, baca A dulu. So write 3 inequality other than X bigger 0, Y bigger 0, which satisfy above constraint. Okay, boleh? Okay, why they mention X bigger 0, Y bigger 0 is because X, Y represents number of student. Number of student cannot have negative, right? So you can straight away do A now and just write the inequality. First one, second one, and then the third one, right? Okay, what's the first one? Total number of students is not more than 40. So X plus Y, tak boleh lebih smaller equals 40 lah. Okay, done. Very easy. Next, total fees collected at least 1,200. The total fees will be 30X plus 60Y, right? At least is sekurang-kurangnya, so more than or equals 1,200, right? The reason why it's so easy for me to write is because I just refer to this, right? Yeah, because I wrote this, right? So I can just refer it now. Alright. Kalau boleh kecilkan, you should kecilkan. 30, 60, 1,200, all these numbers can divide 3. So bahagi 3, bahagi 30, sorry. This one is bahagi 30 also. So what you get? 1,200 bahagi 30, 40. Okay, 40. Alright, so this is my inequality. Okay, now for my last inequality. Number 3, what's number 3? The number of students enrolled for ballet is at most twice the number of students enrolled for Zapin. Okay, we already know number of students for ballet is Y. And then at most means smaller equals. At most selebih-lebihnya means tak boleh lebih. So it means mesti smaller equals lah. Twice is 2 times. Number of Zapin is 2x. So this is the answer. Y smaller or equals 2x. Y kecil atau sama dengan 2x. Right? Okay, let me check one more thing. 30, 60 divided 32, 1,200 divided 30. Okay, betul lah. Okay, done. Now we can do part B. Okay, part B confirm they will ask to draw graph. So using scale of 2 cm to 5 on both axes, construct and shade the region R. Okay, yeah, confirm. But you cannot go to your graph paper because even if you go to your graph paper now, you need to draw 3 lines, right? But you can't draw your 3 lines now because you haven't find coordinate. You belum cari point lagi. So what you have to do now, even though they ask you to draw graph, you have to find points for all these lines so that you can plot the point to draw the graph later. So the first line is x plus y equals 40, right? Okay, change to equal, right? Change the inequality to equal because you want the equation now. And then letak bracket. Okay, find 2 points. And then x plus 2y equals 40. And then also same thing, put bracket. And then the last one, y equals 2x, and then bracket. Right? Okay, when your equation ada x, ada y, it means this is a sengit punya garisan. Right? Yeah. If your equation is other x, other y, macam ni, other x, other y, it means this one is like y equal mx plus c. So definitely it's a sengit punya line. Your line either look like this or like this, depending on your gradient, positive or negative lah. It's positive like this, negative like this, right? But what if your equation line is like this? Y equals number or x equals number. Okay, if for this type of line, you don't have to find point. Because this type of line, okay, if y equals number, it will be horizontal. X, this one will be completely vertical. So for this type of line, dia tak ada sengit one. So kalau tak ada sengit, you don't need to find points, right? But if the line ada x, ada y, it means it will potong x and potong y axis. That means it will be sengit. That's why you have to find points. Okay, you can find any point you want, but usually we use x0, y0. Because when you ganti x0, y0, you will find your x-intercept, y-intercept. And usually x-intercept, y-intercept is easy to plot the x-intercept, y-intercept, right? So when you sub x0, your y will be 40 here. When you sub y0, x is 40, right? Same thing here. When you sub x0, 2y equals 40. So y will be 40 divided 220 lah. And then when you sub y0, okay, 0 times 2 is 0. So your x is 40. So far, so good. Okay, what happens if you sub x0 inside here? Your y will be 2 times 0, right? Which is 0 lah. Okay, if you sub y0, your x will end up 0 also. Okay, because just now when you sub x0, you get y0, right? So this one you have to change to another points, right? But don't worry about it now first. You go to your graph paper, label your axis, and then later you come back to this, right? Okay, this one for now, don't waste half an hour on this, right? So this one, we can worry about it later. Now let's look at the scale, 2 cm to 5 on both axes, construct. So go to graph paper, right? So here I have a graph paper with me. So 2 cm to 5, right? So just go 0, okay. So just go 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, but later I need to use until 40 because I remember got some points 40, right? Okay, so let's use the outside. Let's use the outside portion lah. So 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Okay, all right. And then here will be 5, 10, 15. Here I will use 10 kotak, 10 kotak. It means until 50, yeah? So 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Okay, so let's draw the axis. So this one, and then the x-axis. Wait. So the x-axis is like this. Okay, done. So this is your x, and then this is your y. And yeah, wait, let me check. Okay, betul. Okay, betul. So now we can plot the points lah. All right, let's draw the first line. 0, 40, 40, 0. So let's go to 0, 40 here, plot the point, and then 40, 0 here, plot, and then join the garisan. Okay, when you join, you have to check whether it's a solid line or dash line. So if you look at this, all the inequality symbol have the line bawah macam ni, right? So if you have the line like this, it means you have to use solid line. But for those yang ada ambil mathematic, okay, actually everyone got ambil mathematic. Because in mathematic, you learn one chapter is called linear inequalities. And in the maths one, sometimes you have to use the dash line or the dotted line. You will use dotted line when the symbol is like this, right? Then you have to use dotted line or dash line, right? But in Addmaths, most of the time is like you use solid line. But I think it's still important to check, to double check, right? To double check, right? So this one all solid line. So just draw a solid line. So when you draw, it has to join 0, 40 and 40, 0. Okay, this is the line. Okay, make sure you write the equation. Okay, so x plus y equals what? 40. So I'll write here, x plus y equals 40. Okay, next line. Next line, 0, 20, 40, 0. So where's 0, 20? I think it's here. 40, 0 is Okay, same point like just now lah. So just join only. So this one 0.20 join to 0.40 like this. Okay. All right. For this time, the equation I will write on the other side. Okay. So this equation, what is it just now? I forgot. Uh, x plus 2y equals 40. So x plus 2y equals 40. Okay, I think the x plus y 40 I will write here also because it's confusing if I write down here, right? Like the x plus y 40 is very confusing, right? Like we don't know the x because got two lines here, so it's like confusing. Tak tahu yang mana nanti. So I don't want to get confused, so I prefer to write on the other side. Okay, the last line and oh yo, what happened? Uh, hello. Uh, oh my God, all my working gone already. Are you serious? Uh, okay, okay. I wait. Okay, I think I have to write the whole thing one more time. Okay lah. Let's try again. Uh, okay, but I'll do it fast lah. Okay, so A, what's the inequality just now? X plus Y, the first one, right? Okay, no. Before I write this, I write the Zapin first, right? Zapin is X, Belet is Y. Zapin X, Belet Y. And then this one I write number of student, right? And then the fees is 30X. This one is 60Y. This one is fees. Ataupun RM lah. The fees dalam RM, right? Okay, so let me put this down a bit. Okay, like this. Okay, and then for the three inequalities, the first one, what is it? X plus y smaller equals 40, right? I won't explain it again lah because I already explained just now. The second one is 30x plus 60y bigger or equals 1200, but you simplify, you bahagi 30. So it's x plus 2y 40, right? And then the third one is y smaller equals 2x. Okay. I do it fast lah because this one just now I already explained it, right? But I tersilap erase the whole thing. That's why I have to end up do the whole thing again. Okay, but I will not explain it already. Okay, x plus y equals 40. What's the point just now? 0, 40, 40, 0. And then the next one is x plus 2y equals 40, which is when x 0, your y will be 20. And then when your y 0, your x is 40. Okay, I do it fast because I already do it just now. Okay, the y equals 2x just now. When you ganti x 0, you get y 0. And I said for the other point, you leave it first, right? You worry about it later. Okay, so I think this is the time to worry about it. Okay, let's plot 0, 0 first because we know that we know that 0, 0 is here, right? So this is memang confirmed dah, right? But we need another points so that we can join so that we can join them together. Okay, well, how to find the other point? All right, you look at the equation y equals 2x. So y is equals to 2x. It means your y already single, right? So y is equals to 2x. So we just have to figure out what x value I have to put inside here, right? And there's so many x value you can choose from. You can masuk 5, 10, 15, mana-mana boleh, right? But don't choose 40 because if you choose 40 times 2 is 80 and your y-axis tak ada sampai like tak ada sampai 80, right? Maximum sampai 50 saja. And it's not enough space to plot sampai 80. So let's choose a smaller value like let's say 20 maybe. Or you want to choose 25 also can. Because 25 times 2 is 50, right? So now you can plot this point lah. But make sure you write correctly. It's 25, 50. Not 50, 25, 25, 50. Because 25 is the x, right? Remember this one, you sub x, 25. And then y, 50. So the point is 25, 50. So let's go back here and write the point 25, 50. And now you can plot 0, 0, 25, 50. Okay, so let me erase this. And then I will plot 25, 50. Not 50, 25, 25, 50. So 25 is here, 50 is here. And when you join these 2 points, you get the line for y equals to x. This line I just draw, this is the line for y equals to x, right? Okay, so done. Okay, the next step is to shade. Okay, we have to do the shading, right? Shading. Because that's how they ask one in linear programming. After you draw the lines, you have to do shading, right? So if you look at this part here, they says construct and shade the region R, right? Okay, when you shade, you have to look at this symbol, the bigger, smaller punya symbol lah. All right, but you have to make sure the Y is positive. If the Y is negative, tak boleh tengok. If the Y is negative, you have to pindah to the other side and then tengok from the other side. So if the Y positive, then boleh terus tengok. So Y positive boleh terus tengok lah. So smaller. It means later the shaded region will be bawah garisan ni. It will be below this line, below the X plus Y 40 line. So let's go to the graph. Where is X plus Y 40? This one. And your shaded region will be below this line. So it can your R is either here, 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 or here. But you cannot do the shading now, because you have to check other inequalities. So this next inequality, Y already positive, so boleh terus tengok. This one is bigger. So I have to take atas garisan ni. The shaded region will be above this line. So let's go and find this line, X plus 2Y 40, and then take atas. So X plus 2Y 40 is this line, right? Is this line. So if I take atas, it means this R and this R confirm wrong already, right? Because you want to take above this line, right? So now you left with this R and this R. So which one is the correct one? Okay, you check the last inequality lah. So the last inequality, Y sudah positive, boleh terus tengok. But this one is smaller. So later we have to take bawah garisan ni. Garisan Y equals to X. So let's go and find this garisan. Y equals to X. Where is it? Here, right? Eh? Wait. I think I did something wrong. X plus 2Y 40. Just now this one is bigger, ma. Ayo, I silap already class. Okay, let me start over again. Sorry. X plus Y 40 is smaller. So X plus Y 40 is which line? Is this line, right? So smaller is here lah. All four of this, right? And then the second one is X plus 2Y bigger than 40. It means the Y already positive, so boleh terus tengok. So bigger kena ambil atas lah. Tapi kena ambil garisan X plus 2Y 40 punya atas. So X plus 2Y 40 is this garisan. So dia punya atas is this R and this R possible lah. So the R yang bawah sini kena padam. So yeah, this one and this one wrong. So I erased the wrong region just now. Sorry. Okay, ini baru betul. And then the last inequality is Y smaller than 2X. So I have to look at Y equals to X and then take bawah because smaller. So Y equals to X is which garisan? It's this one. And then bawah smaller. So this is the answer. So now I already know which one is my shaded region. Now I can erase. I already know it's this one. This is the one. So I will just write nicely now and then do the shading right? Okay, when you do this shading, you can use ruler, right? You can use ruler. If you use ruler, it will look, dia akan nampak kemas lah. And make sure you shade nicely. Jangan macam saya, you see I already loaded until outside already. Okay, so this is the answer. Okay, this is good enough. Now we can do the next part. So part B finished, Part B done already. Okay, so now we continue with part C. Okay, the part C working, I will write here. Okay, let's read the question first. C1, what it says. Use your graph in B, answer the following question. Okay. If 10 students have been selected for ballet class, find the range of values of number of students that can be enrolled for Zapping class. Okay, when you are doing linear programming part C, you will always refer the shaded region. Yeah, your shaded region will tell you the answer, right? So what they want here, C1, they said they want to find range of number of Zapping if the ballet is 10. Okay, ballet student, we use Y to represent. It means the 10 is Y. So when Y equals to 10, you have to find the X minimum and find the X maximum because they want to find range. If you want to find range means you have to find both the X minimum and X maximum. And then afterwards, you have to write your answer have to write like this. X in between, and then the minimum value you put here, the maximum value you put here, right? But let's go to the graph. Cari Y equals 10 dulu, right? So where is Y? Your Y will be here, here, this Y, and go to 10 and then draw a dotted line. All right, and you have to make sure you draw the line until you touch the shaded region. And the first contact point with shaded region, you terus tarik to X. This will be the X minimum, right? But how to get maximum? You will keep going until the last contact point with shaded region. This is the last contact point with shaded region and then baru tarik bawah. So this is the X maximum, right? So sekali lagi, kalau minimum, ambil first contact point with shaded region. Kalau maximum, ambil last contact point, the final contact point with shaded region. Okay, you jangan keep going here. There's no, ini sudah tak ada sentuh shaded region dah. It's already outside the shaded region, so tak boleh ambil lah yang tu. So minimum 20, maximum 30. So go back to the working. Minimum 20, maximum 30, and then the range will be what? In between 20 and 30 lah. But make sure when you write in this format, the small number have to write on the left side, right? And then 30 have to write on the other side. Okay, dah siap. Sekarang boleh lah saya buat C2. Alright, C2 what it says, find the maximum total fees that can be collected in a month. Okay, the maximum total fees. Okay, I think this one is the sliding question. Yeah, you have to do the sliding one. Use your ruler, do the sliding. So I call this the sliding question because it's very like famous in linear programming. In linear programming, they always like to ask this, right? Like you have to find the maximum fees, right? And you always have to, okay, find the LCM and then draw the line and then have to do the sliding yang tu lah. Okay, the way I do it is I first write the total fees first. So you already, from here you can see already the total fees is 30x plus 60y, right? But they want to find maximum total fees, right? Okay, don't worry about the maximum first. First thing first is you try to write down 30x plus 60y and you find out, you will find the lowest common multiple. Okay, actually for this value, you can put any value you want, right? But the way I teach my student is you find the LCM, the gandaan sepenuhnya terkecil for 30 and 60, right? And we write it here, right? So what is the lowest common multiple for 30 and 60? 60 lah. Do you know what is lowest common multiple? It means gandaan sepenuhnya terkecil. So for 30, what's the multiple of 30? 30, 60, 90, and so on. And then 60, what's the multiple? 60, 120, 180. So you can see the lowest common multiple is 60. Okay? Yeah, the yang dua ada punya, right? And the lowest is 60. So I will choose 60, right? And what I'll do is I have to find points because later I have to draw this line in the graph. So I'll ganti x0, y0. So when I ganti x0, my y will be 60 divided 60, which is 1. When I ganti y0, 60 divided 30 is 2, right? Okay, but if you go to the graph, if you plot 0, 1, I don't like it because it's very, the 0, 1 and the 2, 0 is very near, right? So it will be less accurate. So how can I fix this is I can add 1 zeros here. Because when I letak satu kosong here, this becomes 0, 10, 20, 0, right? And why we can suka hati letak kosong macam ni? Because this value, you can put any value you want. Yeah, you memang boleh letak any value you want, right? But it's better to choose the common multiple. It's better to choose a number yang boleh bahagi 60 and 30. Because then you will end up with a point that is easy to plot. Imagine if you choose like 700. Is it smart to choose 700? No, right? Because if you write 700, when you ganti x kosong, your y coordinate is like decimal already. So that's why I said choose the common multiple. Because common multiple means the number can divide 30 and divide 60, right? But I tambah satu kosong because I want my point to be like further away. So it's more accurate. So 0, 10, 20, 0, let's plot now. 0, 10 is here, 20, 0 is here, right? But you have to join using dotted line this time, right? So let's use the dotted line to join them. Okay, it's already sengit. Okay, I don't want to use dotted line first. I use this line first. Okay, I just use red color lah. If I use red color, then it's fine already. But in exam, you don't use red color pen, you use dotted line. You use pencil, Okay, so just imagine the red color line is the dotted line. And then write the equation, 30x plus 60y equals 600. 30x plus 60y equals 600. Okay, now the next thing is you have to slide. Okay, you have to do the sliding. But when you do the sliding, they got mentioned the question one maximum, right? So go back to the question. So the question got mentioned here. They want the maximum total fees, right? So later, your maximum total fees will be 30x plus 60y. But for the xy, you have to ganti with the maximum coordinate, right? And let's go back to the graph now. I will teach you how to find the maximum coordinate. So what you have to do is you have to slide. Okay, how to do the sliding? You need two rulers. Okay, first ruler, you will place it over here. All right. Okay, this one you use the pembaris pendek lah. And then yang bawah sini you letak pembaris panjang. And this part have to lekat dekat sini. It has to stick here, right? And then this line have to, how to say, follow the red color line. And then you start sliding, right? and you punya jawapan mesti berada di bucu. Your answer will always be at the corner. Yeah, it will always be at the corner. So there's three vertices. So your answer will be in either one of these vertices, right? So what you do is slowly slide up, right? And then when your ruler reach here, it touch the first vertices, right? But they want maximum, so you have to slide until the last vertices, right? Not the first one lah. If they want minimum, then you slide until the first vertices lah. So you will keep on sliding, and you realize that when your ruler reach here, this is also not the maximum because because okay, let me erase all this. So you realize this yang bawah ni bukan maximum also because when your ruler reach here is something like this. Ini contoh saja lah. So it's like something like this. So as you can see that your ruler is still, how to say, this is not the last baris. You can still keep on pushing until it reach here. So actually, if you keep sliding, you will realize this is the maximum value. Okay, or the answer yang saya kena ambil, which is this point, right? Okay, if you baca this point, what's the coordinate? It will be 15 tolak 2 is 14, right? One kotak is 0.5. So 15, 14.5, 13, 13. So it's like 13.5. Yeah, it's like 13.5, right? Okay, but the XY answer cannot have decimal, right? Cannot have decimal. So because the XY represents what? Number of student, right? So I have to take other points lah. I cannot take this point. I have to take other points that is near to this point. So let me zoom in so you can see more clearly. So what I will do is I will take other points that is near to this point, but make sure the point we ambil is inside the shaded region. So there's a few points I can take here. This one, right? But if it's got decimal, don't take. So this one is also another choice. This one is also another choice. This one cannot. Why this one cannot? Because it's outside the shaded region. Kalau outside memang tak boleh ambil one. Okay, and then the other one is this one, right? Okay, this one cannot because outside. If outside cannot ambil, and then this one also cannot. Yeah, all this cannot because outside, right? So only these four lah. But which one you take? Okay, let's find out all the four coordinates, right? So let's write down this coordinate. This coordinate is dekat mana? 15, 14, 30. So automatic these 2 point reject already. The middle two reject already because both these it will give you 13.5, right? 15, yeah, it will give you 13.5. And it's not possible for number of students to be 13.5. So it's either this or this lah. Sorry. It's either this or this, right? But which one? Okay, let's baca the coordinate lah. Okay, so this one confirm wrong already, This one confirm wrong already. Okay, so these 2 points. So let's write down these two coordinate. This coordinate is what? Is at 15, 14, 13. So this is 13. And then 25 plus 2, 26, right? And then the other one is this one, which is 15, 14. 1426, right? 1426. So which one you want to take? 1326 or 1426? Uh, 14. Wait, let me try something. So actually you have to take 1426, right? Because if you want maximum, you will take the coordinate yang lagi like besar punya lah. And but of course you have to make sure it's within the shaded region. It has to satisfy also, right? So I think uh when I do the sliding, I know this is the maximum vertex. So I have to draw a dotted line like this, right? But we cannot choose this point. Reason being is because it's decimal, right? So we have to choose another point that is near to it, but cannot have decimal. But at the same time, uh it's maximum, right? So between these two, actually both this point satisfies the shaded region, but you end up choosing 1426, right? Okay, I know the schema use 1326, right? But 1426 actually satisfy. Because if you tekan 14 plus 26, you will get 40. And since this is a solid line, you can actually use 1426. Yeah, dia lebih maximum sebenarnya. Right? Okay, I know they in the schema they put 1326, right? But I will not follow the schema. I will follow my my own answer. So I will use 1426, right? So I will press now, and definitely your answer will be definitely my answer would be bigger than the schema answer. Confirm one. Because the schema they use 1326, right? So my answer is 1980. But the schema is 1950 lah. Okay, but I think mine is correct. You know why? Because if you chase 1326, yeah, I know it's also satisfied, right? But you have to choose the maximum one, and the maximum one here is 1426. Yeah, the maximum, right? It gives you a bigger answer, and also 1426 actually is tepat on this line, so you can actually take this point, right? Because it's satisfied, because it's a solid line. All right. Uh, yeah. Okay. So I will just leave it at that. So I think I'm done. And also, if you try to sub this point 1426 into this equation, you will know whether it's you will get 14 plus 26, you will betul-betul get 40. It means that this line memang ada passes through 1426. That is why 1426 is a point yang you boleh ambil sebenarnya, right? Okay lah, I hope my explanation makes sense to you. Okay, so I'm done with this paper, right? So that's the end. All right, see you next video. Bye bye.